Hey, it's time. The long-awaited moment has come at last, and we're gonna get to test drive the Analog Pocket today. It arrived with 2-day shipping. I think they upgraded everyone, at least in North America, I believe, to 2-day shipping to make up for the constant delays, get it to everyone's hands as quickly as possible. But so here I am. Hiya. Now, the device itself, I've got it here on camera, and I'm just going to lift it from the dock to show it off a little bit. Okay, there we go. Alright, so, what do you think of the Analog Pocket? You're at the Pasadena Convention Center setting up your exhibit for Seasoned Screamings. I love this thing so far. Now, it's a bit ironic for me because a lot of what I'm going to be using this probably docked more than anything else. Now, this has been sitting on the dock for about an hour, and as you can see, I've got it, there are many display modes. I've got it set, you can't see it too well, honestly. My camera's not really set up to show this off, but this here is the sort of green screen mode, simulating. No, it's not, because this isn't, emulating means something very specific in this context. We're simulating the green screen, the sort of pea green screen of the original Game Boy. Now, I'll bring up the menu here. I'm not too good at operating, I'm not too familiar with operating these in general, but, I guess, how do I do this? I mean, if you want, like, a really polished, super professional, edited review, there's going to be better stuff out there on YouTube by guys like Rerez and so forth, but I want to look at settings, systems. Now, for settings, you'll see it has, I can't even read it on the screen, but these settings here are GB, GBC, GBA, and GG. Now, they don't use the words Game Boy or Game Boy Color because those are Nintendo trademarks, so they have to, refer to them by the abbreviations. But in GB mode, you have different video settings. For display modes, you can have Analog GB, which is basically the perfect screen as it appears on a modern screen. Then you have original DMG. DMG is the DMG 001 was the model number of the original model Game Boy. So to avoid using the word Game Boy, they call it the DMG mode. So the green screen mode. Then you have original Game Boy Pocket. So like the gray screen, more true to how it would have originally looked if they used a higher quality screen to begin with. Then you have original Light, this is a really cool mode because this simulates the use of the Game Boy Light, which was effectively a very slightly larger version of the Game Boy Pocket released only in Japan that used this sort of that green frosty kind of like front lighting that looked kind of like the lighting on a digital watch, especially a lot of digital watches in the 90s. Had this really unique look that looks really cool. I'm like, man, that thing would look cool to play in the dark. They could actually simulate that color mode. And then you have what they call Pinball Neo Matrix, which basically colors everything in Virtual Boy style. Now, this is a 1080p webcam. It's not focused. This is not going to give you a good look. This thing has, what I've heard is that this has a better quality screen than the latest model iPhone. Now, unfortunately, like the mode to have the pea green, like OG gray brick Game Boy green screen kind of thing, that mode does not exist when playing with the dock. With the dock, you can see on my my console cam down there. Now, I'm going to set this back to the pea green mode. Now, Nintendo actually did include a mode akin to this on the 3DS Virtual Console, which is the main way I've played all my original Game Boy games. Oh, you can hear the attractor when we started. You can hear the audio a bit, actually. The speaker quality is fantastic. Now, there are a lot of features in this system that aren't really ready yet. They'll be added with future firmware updates, which are done via the SD card slot on the back. Now, as you see, I'm playing the original cartridge of Alleyway. Oh, excuse me, where's the center? Yeah, the original cartridge of Alleyway right here. And I never actually heard of Alleyway until 2011, when the 3DS eShop launched. I'll tell you about that later, but the cartridge slides right into the back. Now, the cartridge is mostly exposed like the original Game Boy, Now, because of the cartridge being exposed, you have heard, you may have heard this. It's a little bit prone to being touched, like being like jostled out of place. I can only see that happening if you're like playing on the subway or a bus or something and you jostle into something. Like the cartridge is a little more vulnerable to being moved. I don't know how that's going to bode for the long-term longevity of the system, but this feels like it's worth the money. This does not, like I have right here. I mean, to prove that I'm not a snob who's just, oh, I want this because I hate emulation. No, I have a little ROM reading cheapo handheld right here that runs software-based emulators. This feels, I mean, if you want this for what it does, it's great. If you want this for what it does, it's great. This is a higher-end device. This is for hardcore enthusiasts who still play with their original cartridges, want to have a collection of physical games, want a much higher-end screen, unique features that this thing is not going to have. I mean, you could download these ROMs and play them on a Android phone, no problem. But that's not what this is for. This is for hardcore enthusiasts and collectors, and that's just what it is. And it's not a cheap asking price either. But at the time I was at a time where I could afford it. I knew what I wanted to use it for, especially to play original Game Boy cartridges in real time on stream, and I'm happy to be able to do that. So now I want to show what it looks like when I activate the game. Now when you turn on the system. Now you have 4 face buttons here because this will eventually play lots of games that do not just have the games other than Game Boy. Stuff like TurboGrafx and other systems that had more than 2 face buttons. The 4 face buttons here are not labeled so that any future systems can do whatever they want with it. Now it starts off, it boots you up to a menu. You do have the option to boot directly into a cartridge when turning on the system. Now when you hit play cartridge, I'm going to activate the cartridge here. Because you have to do that through. The system has to be on for the. You see how it boots straight up into the game. The classic Nintendo logo scrolling down and beep. That is not in here. That is part of the unique firmware of the original Game Boy. That is it would be trademark infringement for Analogue to include that in the system. So it just boots up straight to the game without the classic startup. One thing I am very impressed with, which I'll be showing off tomorrow, is that this system has lots of options. For years I've been wondering, since they first announced this, I felt like only I would care about this. There'd be no reason for them to include this option. For dual mode games that run on Game Boy in black and white or Game Boy Color in full color, for those games, you do have the option to boot this onto the system into Game Boy mode. So you could play Link's Awakening DX and play it in black and white if you wanted to. You could play Pokemon Gold or Silver and play it in black and white if you wanted to. So the first game we'll be playing is Alleyway here. So to show you how simple this is, I'm just going to drop this right on the dock. Now it's not quite as... Okay, there we go. And we're playing. Unfortunately, I'm not able to... The green screen filter... The Game Boy frame is part of my own personal layout. It is not included with the system. Any Game Boy Pocket related features in terms of like the frames or the unique software that was with the Game Boy Pocket, the Super Game Boy for Super Nintendo, that is not included with this. That was part of the Super Nintendo the Super Game Boy ROM file that was built into the cartridge. Therefore, it is not built into this. A lot of people who are just hearing, there's been a lot of noise. Oh, by the way, I'm playing this using the 8BitDo SN30 Pro gamepad. The dock is uniquely it is set up to recognize 8BitDo controllers without needing a special dongle. Any USB controller will work. I've seen people playing it with an Xbox controller, as odd as that might be. So, if I need to adjust the game audio to turn it up a bit, let me know. But if you can hear me good and you can hear the game good, let's get started. I'm going to use AB Start Select, the classic Game Boy restart button combo, and we'll get started with the games now. We're going to be running the stream a little different. We're going to be playing in 20-minute segments at a time. So let's play a little 20 minutes of Alleyway. Now, by the way, I guess I should get this out the way. We're going to be playing... I have a little handful of Game Boy cartridges. Some of these are my original cartridges from the mid-90s in 1995 when I got my Game Boy. Some of these I got added to my collection since then. Some I've sold to Funko Land or stuff, and I've repurchased them to add them back into my collection. The first game I'd have would undoubtedly be Super Mario Land, but it turns out I don't have Super Mario Land anymore, unfortunately. I somehow managed to get rid of it. Well, I got rid of it at some point, or lost it, or got stolen, and I just never got it back. So, unfortunately, the first game will not be Super Mario Land. But I'm shuffling these at random. So we're going to play these 20 minutes at a time. We're going to focus entirely on original OG black and white Game Boy games today. Tomorrow, we'll be doing Game Boy Color, and the day after that, it'll be Game Boy Advance. So the next game we'll be playing is, Super Mario Land 2, which... Super Mario Land 1 was the first Game Boy game I played when I got my Game Boy. So we're going to restart the timer now. Yeah, so we'll get... There we go. And so let's get into it. So if you're not familiar with this, now I certainly wasn't, this is a Nintendo-developed Game Boy launch game. That is it's a breakout clone, effectively, featuring Mario as the paddle. The conceit is, on the box art, kind of depicts Mario, the paddle as a spaceship, and Mario as the pilot of the spaceship. I guess they wanted to tie in Mario somehow. This is a game, in spite of having played Game Boy back in the day, like, back when the original gray brick Game Boy, like pre-Game Boy Pocket, back when the two titans of handheld gaming were Game Boy and Game Gear. I did not know this game existed until 2011. The morning that the Nintendo 3DS eShop went online. And when I got that system, the 3DS launched without an eShop. And in March, late March, and it was the morning of E3, that's, I think in June. It was E3 in June when they launched the eShop. So I got up that morning, and I took the train. I was going to take the train to the city, but when I woke up, I did the update to get the eShop added to the 3DS. So it was kind of like it was E3. It was the day they were going to announce the successor to the Wii, which ended up being the Wii U. So it was on multiple levels, like just a huge day for Nintendo and video games. It's E3. And my system is like a whole new system because it has this eShop now. And for the first time ever, Nintendo has officially made Game Boy games downloadable for purchase onto a Nintendo system. And so, of course, the first game I wanted to play is Super Mario Land. For the first time, being able to play Super Mario Land on a more modern screen, on a handheld device. And more so than that, just being able to play it. Play Super Mario Land again was such a huge treat. I remember I was playing it on the train on my 3DS on the way into Manhattan, because I was heading into the city. I got up very early that day because my tradition for years was I used to live in the New York City metropolitan area. I'd get out on the train. It was an hour train ride from where I used to live into Manhattan. And I'd go to the Nintendo World Store in Rockefeller Center, where they would traditionally have a live viewing of Nintendo's E3 presentation. And they would, a bunch of fans would come. We'd all watch Nintendo's E3 stuff together, which was so cool. So on the train ride there, I was playing Super Mario Land, and I was also playing Alleyway, and I had no idea that Alleyway existed. It was the first time I had played the game or even heard of it, and I was just shocked to discover that I thought I was familiar with the history of the Game Boy. And I come to find out that there was, in fact, a launch title Game Boy game developed by first-party Nintendo with a breakout clone with Mario as the paddle. Well, Mario controlling the paddle, I guess, supposedly. And this is one of those very early games where I feel like Nintendo is still trying to get a feel for, okay, is this going to be like a souped-up version of the Game & Watch? Is this a Game & Watch with interchangeable cartridges, or is this something more ambitious where it's like an NES or even Super NES, but with 4 shades of black that you could fit in your pocket? And So I remember reading only relatively recently, like within the last decade, some kind of interviews or insider information coming out with people who were working within Nintendo on the team that was developing Game Boy. And apparently Gunpei Yokoi was actually intending the Game Boy earlier on to be something closer to the Game & Watch, where it was more of a toy than a long-lived video game system. And I guess some of the younger engineers within Nintendo basically went to Gunpei Yokoi and petitioned him to make a more ambitious system. And I guess what I remember this person saying, this is someone who actually worked for Nintendo, was saying, listen, if we go with this, with your plan, Mr. Yokoi, you're going to have a toy that might last a season or two. If you go with a more ambitious project, you're going to have a device that is going to last for years and even have third-party developers making games for it. And that's where the direction of the Game Boy project actually turned from being a souped-up Game & Watch to being a more long-lived platform. I mean, and even in 1989, I mean, remember this thing came out sort of contemporarily with something like the Atari Lynx, where even compared to the Lynx, the Game Boy was in 1989 was already using what was considered withering technology that could be put out to the consumer at the lowest price possible, sacrificing performance, sacrificing a color screen, sacrificing a backlit screen, for having that long battery life, for having that portability, for having that low price point, where they were able to sell it for, I think, $89, unadjusted for 1980s currency rates, including a game, which was Tetris. And I remember it being a debate within Nintendo I was reading as to what game to include with the Game Boy. And the more obvious choice probably would have been to include Super Mario Land with the Game Boy. And that people were basically saying, hey, if you... people within Nintendo, when this debate was happening, probably in boardroom meetings or whatever, was saying, hey, if we include Super Mario Land, we're going to sell this to young boys. If we include Tetris, we could sell this system to everybody. And... with the name like Game Boy, which is probably, even though Nintendo won't directly admit it, probably a bit of a playoff on the branding of Walkman. And even when you think of the name Walkman, I mean, it's such an iconic brand now, even though it's sort of, kind of an obsolete concept, the concept of a Walkman. Even the idea of just a standalone MP3 player is a bit archaic, unless you specifically need one for some reason. Like, maybe you work in a secure facility where you're allowed to have personal electronics as long as there's no communications. Like, you might have to put your phone in a locker up at the front, but you can't have something like an MP3 player as long as there's no Bluetooth or Wi-Fi in it. Like, that's just one example of something where you might, still need a standalone MP3 player. And, what was I getting at? Oh yeah, just the idea that the Walkman branding, if you think of it, Walkman. What does walk and man, what does that have to do with music? It's kind of one of those things where the brand was created in Japan by a Japanese manufacturer, and I guess the branding probably made more sense in Japan than it did internationally, but something about it just clicked, the idea, what it was meant to invoke. And somehow the Game Boy managed to pull off the same thing, which is kind of funny considering what I was saying. There's debate as to, hey, are we going to include Mario Land with this and sell it to kids, or are we going to include Tetris with this and sell this to everybody? And even with people... I've even looking at reviews of the Analogue Pocket, you see the comment sections. Of course, never go into the comments of YouTube, that old... saying, or the comments of tech blog sites or whatever, saying oh, why would any adult want to be seen in public with this? Only a man-child want to play this in public. People forget, even in the early 90s, there were, numbers coming out that, closing in on half of the active users of the Game Boy were over the age of 18, were, suburban and urban professionals with commutes to and from work on train rides or bus rides or airplane rides. Hey, Azrest, yeah, Game Boy stood the test of time more than Walkman did. But I mean, the time, it's funny because the Walkman brand, as digital music started to come into play. Hey, Azurus, thanks for dropping in, by the way, and thanks for dropping in all my lurkers as well. Whether you participate in chat or not, thanks for making me a part of your day, and I'm honored to be to have that distinction in your limited time. But even when Nintendo really wanted to expand the brand, or to expand the appeal of their portable devices beyond the traditional children's market, I guess when those numbers came out, that even with the Game Boy Advance, like there were numbers from like NDP, that more than a third of those users were over the age of 18, and that's what the original model Game Boy Advance, before they even got into the more, I guess, the sleeker, I guess, more staid look of the Game Boy Advance SP. Being an insecure high school student back then, a self-conscious nerd, I know I imported my black Game Boy Advance SP, and at the height of flip phone mania, and it was definitely a lot cooler to have the Game Boy, to be seen with the Game Boy Advance SP, especially in the black model, which did not come in the US and North America for quite a while. It's cooler to have that than the purple, more toy-like Game Boy Advance. Especially earlier on, before people even knew what the Game Boy Advance SP was. So even with the original, more toy-like Game Boy Advance model, more than a third of those users around 2003 or 4 when these charts were coming out were over the age of 18. And that's before they started bringing people back in with stuff like the classic NES series. One of the first times Nintendo really banked on those nostalgia for like those 80s, early 90s gaming memories when they re-released those NES games on the Game Boy Advance at $20 a pop. And it's kind of funny thinking back because those actually are probably the last cartridge releases, the last standalone retail releases a lot of those games are ever going to have. Probably the last ever standalone release of something like Super Mario Brothers on a cartridge. So, let me grab a little water. So I did not realize that this game existed, even having gotten my Game Boy in '95 from my dear aunt, who was an airline stewardess, and when lost and found items went unclaimed for a certain period of time, to the point where they legally became the airline's property, they would auction them off and they'd raffle them off to employees. And so my aunt got me a bunch of Game Boy games and accessories, and I had Game Gear. And I was a Sega kid at the time. I was loyal to Sega, but I was not a Sega fanboy. I understood the benefits of, having a lit screen so you could see in the dark, having a color screen so you could see the gameplay, in, just more vivid, more interesting, more brighter colors. But I was still interested in my friends who had Game Boy and what those games were like. So it was cool after, just having brief... It's funny because my friends, it seems like my family members who tended to live out of state and farther away, my family members tended to have Nintendo stuff. Except for, I had friends who had Game Boy. But my friends locally, at least on the home console front, tended to have Sega stuff, and I had the Game Gear. So it was interesting finally getting to, and I was looking forward to this trip to my aunt's place, who lived very far away on the other side of the country from me. So we flew in, which was an exciting experience in and of itself, and we got there, and I had this multiple Game Boys waiting for me. This is pre-Play It Loud, so I had the gray brick, just like I have styled on my layout here. And so popping in Super Mario Land, my first proper sit down and get to know and understand the Game Boy and Nintendo and see what Mario was really like, how it was different from Sonic the Hedgehog. And mind you, I came to know Sonic based on his handheld 8-bit adventures, so I came to know Mario at first based on his handheld 8-bit adventures. So I had a very kind of different perception of what Mario and Zelda were like than most players at the time, who knew them more based on their home console games. Now, I did not realize I did not have a copy of Super Mario Land in my library. At some point, I had multiple copies of Super Mario Land. Some I gave away, some I traded in to friends. No, I had so many Game Boys and so many copies of games that I actually gave a couple of Game Boys away to friends who were not, I mean, or didn't like whose families couldn't really afford game systems. I was able to give some of those Game Boys and games away to friends. I had so many Game Boys and copies of duplicate copies of games, and fodder to trade into FuncoLand to get my hands on other games. But I guess at some point I just didn't have, I lost track of all my copies of Super Mario Land. And around 2006, 2005-6, it was ish. I got a Game Boy Pocket. I started getting into classic Game Boy again, and I started collecting Game Boy stuff again. And I never got my hands on a copy of Super Mario Land, and because I had my 3DS, which I brought with me everywhere I went, I love when Mario game overs and he just leaps out of the paddle like, oh, I'm getting out of here, and he has this wide-eyed look like, oh, I gotta get out of here. So let's hop right back into it. Man, we're already a third through our time with, no, 3/4 through our time with, 3/4 of the way through our time with, Alleyway. So I have unique experience with this related to the launch of the re-release, the digital re-release of Game Boy games, related to a special day and time in my life, being E3 2011, getting up early, the train ride to go to New York City to see the E3 press conference of Nintendo at the Nintendo store, the launch of the 3DS Virtual Console, but not related to, but I never owned the cartridge for this game, which I am now playing. I never owned the cartridge until I was collecting Game Boy stuff. And at the time I was buying Game Boy stuff, I really never sat down and played, but around 2005-6 I was playing a lot on Game Boy Pocket. Now, I never owned Game Boy Pocket back in the day, so getting Game Boy Pocket around 2005 or 6 from a Goodwill was really my first time playing Game Boy Pocket and discovering, like, wow, this is really neat, because it's all the benefits of playing my classic Game Boy games, but compared to my, playing on an original gray brick Game Boy, it was such a... Now, I want to show this off. When my aunt gave me all my Game Boy stuff, and I do, like, I kind of... It's so interesting, because, like, that stuff belonged probably to some other kid who forgot their Game Boy on a plane and were so upset to lose it, and they may not have been able to get a replacement, and so it's interesting how all these things came to be in my possession. Now, among the accessories my aunt gave me, there was also this Game Boy. This is not my personal one. This is one I copied. I saved online from an obsolete game eBay auction. Now, I had this little system, this thing. It would hold your system, the power adapter, which I didn't need because the batteries basically lasted forever, especially from the standpoint of a little kid. As much as I played that thing, you could hold a bunch of cartridges. You could hold a bunch of game cartridges just like this. You could hold a bunch of cartridges and the game and some other accessories. And so I remember walking around with my mom and my aunt as they were running around errands. I thought I was so cool with this, because even being a Game Gear kid, having those memories of playing in the backseat of my parents' car, gridlocked in late night traffic over the Brooklyn Bridge, coming home from the city late at night or whatever else. Even being a Sega kid and knowing the Game Gear, knowing it's the benefits of the Game Gear, discovering Game Boy, and there's something about the design of the original Game Boy, even though the screen was so cheap and it was so less advanced. It was less advanced technically, right? But something about the design of it looks still so high-tech and futuristic. I mean, the box art there really captures... I know, like, the word aesthetic has been sort of beat to death lately, especially with people using it maybe in an incorrect manner. But capturing that mood, that feel, that sort of... I mean, it came out in '89, but that little piece of '80s backwash that lasted so deep into the '90s, I felt cool with that thing. It felt so futuristic, and being able to play on a smaller system, and I mean, this is at a time when Game Boy was, the Game Boy Pocket is still years away at the time I'm playing these games. Game Boy Color is still years away. And so this is the highest of high tech in terms of, this is the latest handheld Nintendo system. And just suddenly, I mean, you with these full-priced games, you'd be lucky to get 1 or 2 games a year, maybe a couple for the 1 or 2 for the winter holidays, maybe one for your birthday, right? But then to suddenly have a dozen or more Game Boy games, a new system, a new platform, all these never-before-played games suddenly all at your fingertips. It was just a huge mind blow to sort of experience what the sort of the feel of the sort of different philosophy of this is a different way to do a game system, a different way to make and present the games, a different sound chip. The sound, I remember the sound of the games sort of fascinating me. And now I did shuffle those games up randomly. I only know one at a time which games I'll be playing next. And I love when you get the I'm glad I chose a fairly mindless game so I could run my mouth a lot about the system as I play it. Oh yeah, that's what I was getting to about how Game Boy stood the test of time more than Walkman, but how when Nintendo really wanted to expand the scope of their portable devices beyond typical, children and young teenagers, they wanted to expand into, the young adult and older adult audiences. And that's part of why they got rid of the Game Boy branding for Nintendo DS, just calling it Nintendo DS instead of Game Boy DS, or calling it Game Boy Nitro, Nitro being the code name for the system. And, what was it? And if you notice with Wii, notice how the official name of the system is not Nintendo Wii. People call it that because of the tradition of calling it, Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo 64. This is they call it Nintendo Wii. Even with Nintendo Switch, that's the name of the system, is Nintendo Switch. Whereas Wii and Wii U are officially known as Wii and Wii U. You will never find footage of Reggie, Iwata, Miyamoto calling those systems Nintendo Wii U or Nintendo Wii, or especially like any materials published by Nintendo will always describe the systems as Wii and not as like Nintendo Wii. Now, let's take the system off of its dock. I'll show you the unit itself. Now, I have the green screen filter on. Unfortunately, the green screen filter to simulate the classic look of the original sort of low-quality screen, that unfortunately is not able to be simulated natively. At least, I'm sure they'll add it in the future as they add more features and updates to this. But there are a lot of features in here I would not have literally dreamed of, but that I did not think they would put in here. Most important to me, you could boot dual mode Game Boy Color games such as Pokemon Gold and Silver or Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX. You have the option to boot those into Game Boy mode and play them as though you're running them in black and white. You also have the option for certain games like Shantae and Legend of Zelda Oracle of Ages and Seasons that have special benefits when played on a Game Boy Advance. You could boot the system in Game Boy Advance mode while playing Game Boy games as well. They really thought of things that are so obtuse I never would have imagined. So I'm not sure if you actually are supposed to fully turn it off. Out of my old paranoia, I will turn it off. Now, looking at the back of the system, here's the cartridge I was playing on, the actual original cartridge of Alleyway. You can see most of the cartridge is exposed. One concern I have is the longevity. Now, it's very easy to tilt the cartridge compared to original Game Boy where the sort of sheath fully covers up the system all the way up to the part where it actually says Game Boy. Here, to fit different types of cartridges and as well as the cartridge adapters, they make it so that you can, I guess, just slide things in and out a bit easier. Now, the cartridge pops right out. It feels good in there. It doesn't feel like it's going to fall out, but I could see it being jostled and you losing contact with the game. Now, the next game we're going to play is Super Mario Land 2, 6 Golden Coins, which I believe is the second game I tried when I got my Game Boy, because I was rapid firing, probably even faster than I am right now, going flick, 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 one game to another, trying this out, trying that out. Now, I did clean my games with alcohol and Q-tips earlier today. Now, so it pops right in. And the button on the side, I believe this button has the look like it might actually glow in the dark, but Now you notice there are 4 buttons because this unit is planned to play many other games other than Game Boy line games and Game Boy. So because of that, there's 4 face buttons. They are not labeled, so that whatever systems might need 4 face buttons. Now there's also shoulder buttons on the back. They're kind of like the shoulder buttons on the Game Boy Advance SP. And so it boots up to this menu. You have the option to boot directly into the game itself. And I'll show you what it's like when you activate Play Cartridge. If you could get much better videos. Now look, it jumps straight to the title screen. The classic startup where the Nintendo logo scrolls down. It goes, pudding. That is not in here because that is part of the Game Boy original BIOS, which is the copyrighted property of Nintendo. This is not using any copyrighted or copywritten. Copyrighted is something very different from copywritten. As a copywriter, that drives me nuts when people use copyrighted in the wrong sense. But anyway, if you look on different tech bloggers, you can find much higher quality videos going into detail on this. But this was probably the second, Mario Land 2, 6 Golden Coins, probably the second game I tried. So we'll drop this into the dock. And you'll see it jumps right into the game. Right into... Please. What's... Gonna make me look silly on camera? This hasn't happened before where I put it in and it doesn't really... Okay. Yeah, because it's using... the Nintendo Switch dock, it's using USB-C, but it has some kind of subtle, almost frictionless solution. The dock for the Analog Pocket, which is sold separately, which is how I'm playing on the this unit. The USB-C is purely for powering the dock and charging the system. It is running HDMI out to my my Elgato capture card. Now, if I'm using the 8BitDo SN30 Pro Bluetooth gamepad. This can use any USB controller or any Bluetooth controller, but the 8BitDo controllers in particular, I guess they have some kind of partnership with the Analogue. These will run with the dock without using a Bluetooth dongle to plug into the front or anything like that, or plug into USB port. So we'll press start and jump right into it. Now, let's set the timer for 20 minutes. Let's see how far we can get. And I'm going to come and do this properly. I wish I had Super Mario Land 1. Unfortunately, I did not realize until yesterday did I not have a copy of Super Mario Land 1. I was considering I have not gone to a retro game store since I moved to my current region. I looked up several of them. I'm like, oh, should I try to run over there and get it and come back so I can play Super Mario Land on the first night I have the Analog Pocket? Fortunately, I did not, because setting this up, had a bit of troubleshooting stuff on my end where I did not quite realize... There's nothing wrong with the unit, I just wasn't plugging stuff in correctly. We might as well go ahead and erase the file right here. Now, so Super Mario Land 2. This game was... Actually, I'm gonna go in... Yeah, 1992... Wow, this game was already 3 years old when I first played it, which is kind of crazy to think of. I mean, at the time, it's just like a new game to me, but... So when I played, let's see, 2021, 1918, 20... So this game is as old as 27... So this game was as old when I played it as Breath of the Wild is now. And this game, I really do believe, was the first time, one of the first times I ever really took serious note of the graphics of a game, took note of graphical improvements. In terms, yeah, it's really the first time I really noticed graphical improvements between particular games. Because I'm like, oh, these games are both Mario games, but this one, Mario's... I didn't think of it as more detailed, but I'm like, oh, Mario's a lot bigger in this game. Now, I did not realize that you could pick up and throw Koopa shells in this. And I would love to see, I feel like if this game, in a parallel, timeline, where this game had come out on, and by the way, if I need to adjust my volume, if I need to make the game a little quieter, if I need to make myself a little louder, let me know. Right now I'm just trusting the visualizers on my broadcast software. Just looking at the microphone of the game. I mean, the audio of the game compared to my microphone audio, it seems like they're balanced pretty good, where I'm just that little bit louder than the game. Because I hate when I go back and look at streams and it turns out my mic was overpowering the game the entire time and no one said anything. Or, and people say, oh, it's fine. I look back and I'm like, no, it's not. It's terrible. But, yeah, so I did not know at the time that you pick up and throw Koopa shells. Oh yeah, there's a ROM hack that puts there's a full color ROM hack of this game. I have not played it personally. It's funny because I feel like all the games like Metroid 2 or Super Mario Land or Super Mario Land 2 that add full color to the game I'm interested in, but then all the games that I actually played in black and white back in the 90s, like Link's Awakening, I never was interested in the colorized version of Link's Awakening. I want to play the games in black and white because that's the way I remember them. You know, it's like watching like Casablanca or The Third Man in colorized. It's like, it's just not right, you know? It feels like it was made and designed for 3D. I mean, for black and white. Or 4 shades of gray, or pea green in case of the original gray brick Game Boy. Now, for some reason, I don't really understand. You know what? I think it was because I was so used to, like, the very few Game Gear games had a save battery, certainly none that I've ever played back then or in modern times. So I was used to playing games from the start each and every time. So I was actually annoyed to discover that this intro level was something you could only play once and could never go back to. I would actually kept erasing my file and starting a new file just so I could go back and play this introductory level time and time again. Maybe also because this introductory level was maybe a bit easier than some of the other stages. But yeah, I do believe this is the first game I ever played that actually had a save feature in it. I didn't really notice that at the time. Like, I remember one of the games that was included. Now, we have at the end this upper and lower exit, which is something that they also carried through to Super Mario Land 2. Now, if you notice, Mario has what I thought was like a crystal or a horn on his head. This is something to graphically distinguish Fireball Mario from regular Mario, because there's the lack of color. There is no ability to really see that Mario's turned. He has the white overalls now. That means that, yes, okay, we grabbed the carrot. So we have the first Mario sort of creature transformation power-up I ever encountered, which is the Rabbit Ear Mario. I guess this is kind of a relative of the Tanuki suit. Now, I remember going into this little thing here, which is, this is a bonus stage. Wow, I already have 88 coins. I could already go into the second bonus stage if I so wanted to. I'm a wee bit loud. Alright, so I will... Yeah, I'll turn down... How's that? How's that? I turned my mic down a couple of points. Yeah, and the thing is, when I was playing Alleyway, right? I was playing a game that only had basically just... It had no music. Therefore, if you thought my personal audio was too loud, you could just turn down the volume on your computer or device. And going, mind you, this is one of my first my first Mario game, pretty much, and I'm used to Sonic the Hedgehog games where the worlds or sections of the game are referred to as zones. So going into this game and saying like, oh, there's like Turtle Zone, and Turtle Zone, and here we have Mario Zone. So the idea of these worlds being named Zone wasn't something that really stuck out as odd to me. So we have a theme of a giant Mario mecha, pretty much. Now, I chose to grab the fireball. And now, just to explain how these buttons work, I could possibly remap these, but the equivalent of X and Y, and when I say X and Y, I'm talking Nintendo X and Y, because this, the 8-bit Do gamepad is themed around Nintendo control. It's kind of aimed more towards... It's a Super Nintendo themed controller, so it's going to have clockwise X, A, B, Y instead of the Xbox or Dreamcast format, which is Y, B, A, X. So I call it like a ZB controller, which is the Nintendo, or Y-Bax or I-Bax, which is the Xbox format of X, A, B, and Y. The Y and X buttons don't do anything. The A and B buttons, which, and mind you, on an actual analog unit, the buttons are unlabeled. Just for simplicity's sake, when considering all the different systems this is eventually going to play. So we have all this clockwork stuff, we have different gears, some of them are moving, some aren't. And in a way, this could almost be seen as a precursor to some of the gear and mechanical themed stages of Mario Galaxy, but more immediately, even a tick-tock clock. I never really considered that, but this is kind of the earliest version of what would become tick-tock clock. And I didn't know this, I didn't have many, I had some manuals for this, but not others. So at the time, I really didn't know the storylines to a lot of these games. So I didn't know that this was Mario's private island, and that Wario... I didn't know Wario was in this game. I was passively aware of Wario somehow, dude. I think I remember some commercials for Super Mario Land 2. And this was back when Wario was really depicted as a more sinister villain, who was using... The idea of the commercials, I remember, was that Wario was using hypnosis to brainwash the viewer into hating Mario, or something like that. And he's like, you're under my power, don't let Mario reach the palace, don't let Mario get the 6 golden coins. And it was, pre-Charles Martinet, so it was a bit more of a, sinister take on Wario. That, even in Super Mario Land 3, which was the first Wario Land game. Now this section here is a good place to farm for coins. This is also one of the few... Actually, I think might be the only Mario game, the only 2D Mario game with an overworld. At least pre-New Super Mario Brothers. This is one of the only Mario games... No, excuse me, Super Mario World lets you replay levels. Never mind. But this game does let you replay stages, and that right there is actually a pretty good spot to farm for coins. The 1-ups in Super Mario Land 1 and 2 are hearts instead of mushrooms, because you aren't able to use the colors to distinguish, oh, that's a green mushroom, that's for health. I mean, if it's a green mushroom, that's a 1-up, or that's a red mushroom, that's for turning from Mario into Super Mario. Oh gosh. Yeah, if you actually can hang on to the bunny ears there, that's a really good place to farm for coins to eventually use for the higher tier bonus rounds. So we're gonna just jump right in and... Oh, we're gonna go for... Oh, we got the bunny ears, which is not a bad thing to get. As a kid, I felt like I was more interested, especially in Super Mario Land 1, I was usually more interested in getting the Super Ball from the bonus stages, as opposed to getting the 1-ups. Because it's a different thinking when I was a kid, because, like, as a kid, I'm like, if I have the Super Ball, or the Fire Flower, or the Bunny Ears, it's something that lets me survive the stages, and defeat enemies easier, or survive platforming challenges. Because here, when you how this power-up works, is you tap the button, Mario flaps his ears, and drifts gently to the ground. Now, I have specific memories, like, I had this game for a while, and I guess as I got very slightly older, like, I remember, it was still in the 90s, it was, like, not too long after this, but I remember at some point, I actually kind of got serious, I guess, at actually getting through this game, and I remember, being in the backseat of my parents' car, it was daytime, and I was actually started to make my way through this stage and this zone. This is the first zone I ever got to the end of, where I discovered that there were different unique bosses at the end of each stage. And this is also a very cool Mario game because they're bosses that aren't just the typical, like, I guess those different Koopa, like the Boom Booms, I guess, or the Boomerang female Koopa from the newer 3D Mario games. Instead, you have different themed enemies unique to each zone, not quite sure what the theming is supposed to be for this world, because okay, now that's a very tricky jump to make without taking the hit there. But we got the 1-up, so that's all that really matters for now. So let's go back in there. Can we get? No, we have to go in this one. There we go. Okay, so we jump back up here, and I'm just gonna run over to the right. Yeah, I find it so interesting that they only colorized Link's Awakening, but they didn't go back and colorize Super Mario Land 2 or Metroid 2. At some point, I'll play the color remakes of these games. But when I play Link's Awakening, it'll be from my actual Link's Awakening cartridge. I actually had multiple copies of Link's Awakening back in the day. One in the mid and early 90s, and then I got another copy later into the 90s, which has an interesting story attached to it involving, well, I'll tell that story later. It's not a bad story or anything, it's just it's basically, yeah, I'll save it for later. It's a nice story, but I can't start telling it without getting deep into it, and I don't want to use my time for that. Oh, doggone. Yep, so that was kind of like a gambling game right there. You have to just pick one and hope you actually... You notice all these mechanical... Oh my goodness, I almost took a death there. Look at this angry little teddy bear. On top of this ball thing. Now, I wish... Like, people complain about the new Super Mario Brothers games being so samey. Like, they should make a... Like, I guess... You know what? I hit the teddy bear. The evil teddy bear. So this is a giant Mario. This is kind of themed around... I guess, I guess toys? Yeah, it is themed around toys, because there's a little cool piece of Nintendo history I hope I can get to in the stream that I would like to show off, but that's in the last stage of this section. So either I will get to the end of this act in the next 5 minutes. The end of this act. The end of this zone. I used my wrong Sonic terminology there, excuse me. Because normally these would be called worlds, but here they're called zones in this particular game. But look at, there's so much potential 2D Mario still has. Look at this. It's a toy-themed world with all these unique obstacles and objects. And I liked New Super Mario Brothers. I liked all the games. I'm going to eventually play most of them on stream, except for the 3DS one, because I don't feel like emulating that one. All the other New Super Mario Brothers games have means to have them played without using PC emulation or a modified system. But, like, the new Super Mario Brothers games ended up sort of becoming... Now, all 4 of those games, and New Super Luigi New Super Luigi U, I am considering DLC for New Super Mario Brothers U. I'm not considering it a unique game, even though it did have a standalone retail release. That was just kind of a whim of Satoru Iwata, more so than I think something reflective of the development history of the game. Because he was doing his whole Year of Luigi thing. But anyway, the new Super Mario Brothers, like, all 4 of those games deserve to exist. All 4 of them have unique aspects. However, I will say that over time, it seemed like the first new Super Mario Brothers game, it's like, oh my gosh, it's the first 2D game where you're starring and playing as Mario. Because yes, Yoshi's Island was developed as the sequel to Super Mario World. In the US, in North America and Europe, it was marketed as Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. It originally used the Super Mario World graphical style and everything. However, this is the first real game since, arguably, this game right here. The last 2D game to really feature and star Mario. And not like star Wario as a side character, star as someone like Wario. Okay, I need to get the fireballs to break through those blocks, so I have to remember to come back there sometime when I have the fireballs. But so New Super Mario Brothers, first new 2D Mario game in, like, since 1991, arguably in terms of home consoles, since 1992 for handhelds, if you don't count Wario Land. New Super Mario Bros. U. First home console Mario game since Super Mario World. Bringing back the Koopalings for the first time. Big deal. But it's, I mean, it was, I mean, I don't say that facetiously. It was genuinely a big deal at the time. But even by New Super Mario Bros. Wii, yeah, I mean, even when I was playing New Super Mario Bros. Wii for the first and only time, back when it first came out in 2010, I kind of felt like Nintendo was making a Mario game based on people's stereotypes or perceptions of what a Mario game was like, even though the actual games were never quite like that. Like New Super Mario Bros. Wii, I guess, is like the perfect example. Is like New Super Mario Bros. Wii is almost feels to me like what the perception of what Mario games were like to someone's mom who was like in the kitchen cooking or something while their kid was in the living room playing Super Mario World on Super Nintendo or Super Mario Bros. 3 on the NES. It's almost like they tried to make the most stereotypical Mario game possible. And which was actually very charming at first. I was very specifically aware of that. But over time, it just got like, where's the creativity? Like, I will defend each of those games' right to exist, but where's the stuff like this? Like, come up with something wacky, like a toy-themed world. No, everything has to be, oh, you're in Skyland, you're in Desert Land, you're in, Water, Tropical Land, you're in Snowland, you're in Bowser's, Lava World. It's just the same... This handful of cliches and tropes over and over, and it's like, it's just got so tiring. Hey, 3 more lives. Alright. Oh man, can we... So I only have a minute. But you look at this world, and it's like, okay, you have a toy-themed world. I thought these were Legos as a kid, right? Of course you'd think they were Legos, right? No. Please. No, okay, I'm gonna have to charge through this. Hopefully not get bamboozled by any enemies. Oh, no! Okay, doggone. I don't think we're gonna get to see it this time. We only have 22 seconds left. But... okay, just having the regular mushroom will, let us, yeah, Bowser's world is kind of a lava-themed world, so it kind of does look a bit, infernal, perhaps you could say. But, later in the stage... oh, there it is. We found it. Okay. Please, I have to scroll down a certain amount for this to work. I have to show this off. So, N and B. That N and B stands for Nintendo and Block. These are not Legos. These are based on a toy from the 70s or early 80s called N and B blocks, which were Lego-compatible bricks Nintendo made. And they actually got sued by the makers of Lego. These were only really, I think, marketed in Japan. And they got sued, and Lego lost the lawsuit. Nintendo won the lawsuit and was able to keep making these obvious Lego ripoffs because I think the ends of the N and B blocks were slightly rounded, and therefore, according to the court, which may have been a Japanese court, so you could argue whether or not they were a little biased to their local company as opposed to the European one, but yeah, because of that, the Japanese court decided that this did not infringe on the patent. Whoa, you could hear how loud the Analog Pocket is. Now, I want to show off, I have the Game Boy, the green screen filter on. You can pull up the menu. Pulling up the menu doesn't pause the game. Now, I want to pull up, I'm going to just pull this up. There's no point in showing it to you on here, because these things I'm about to show you, I can only show you with the actual handheld. I want to show some of the, so Game Boy mode. No, so for Game Boy mode, you could, so video display mode. So you could set it for what they call Analog GB. The menu is superimposed, so excuse me. But actually, I will. So Analog GB is just the pure white screen. The other mode is Original DMG, which stands for Game Boy, so this is simulating a bit of the original look of the green, like, washed out screen of the original model Game Boy. They don't use the words Game Boy, they use GB or DMG, DMG being like DMG 001, meaning the original model number of the original Game Boy. To avoid using any trademarks, so that Nintendo can't come after them for anything. Now, actually, I want to actually show off a couple of the other settings. If you aren't familiar with this, this also can do original Game Boy Pocket mode, which is a mode a bit more like how the games looked played on Game Boy Pocket, which at the time, like how Game Boy Pocket looked compared to the original Game Boy was like going from like standard def to HD almost. But now the two modes I really want to show off for the display are, okay, settings, systems, GB, video. We're gonna go to, we have the option to make it look like you're playing on Game Boy Light, which is a slightly larger version of Game Boy Pocket released only in Japan that had this sort of frosted out look to the screen. We're running out of time here, so we'll turn down the, this frosted green look to the screen that a lot of front lit electronics like digital watches used. And looking at photos of the Game Boy Light, I'm like, man, I want a Game Boy Light just because of how cool, I mean, this feel of that frosted green light in the backseat of a car or in a dark room would have looked so cool back in the day. But you can actually simulate that on here. The other look you can have this display to is quite inexplicably, you can have it look like you're playing on a Virtual Boy. Unfortunately, you cannot simulate this mode with the dock. I'm sure future firmware will let you do that. You can make it look like Super Mario Land came out on Virtual Boy, only in 2D instead of 3D. But we'll set it for the original mode. We'll turn the system off. We'll move on to our next game. I don't know if you could hot swap the cartridges safely or what, but oops. So yeah, so there's their copy. Now the next game we're going to play is I have a stack of cartridges here that I've been playing. I shuffled them up. I'm only discovering one at a time which game is next. So next we've got Yoshi, a game. Oh no, excuse me. No, we've got Yoshi here, which is a game that some viewers may remember in particular. This was a puzzle game that was called Mario and Yoshi in Japan and in Europe. In North America, it was just called Yoshi. Now, this was one of the games that my mom loved to death. My mom had, we had a few Game Boys. I remember playing two-player Tetris, two-player Yoshi with my mom. Both of us with the original gray model brick Game Boys. So there it is in the console. To show you what it looks like when you start up the system, it just boots right up. Well, actually, I think I have to hold the button a bit. Yeah, there we go. So it boots up. You have the menu. You have played cartridge. There is a setting where you could boot directly into the cartridge, but when you activate play cartridge, it just boots right into the game. The classic Nintendo startup is not there because that is the copyright of Nintendo. So instead of having the thing come down, go ding, it just boots right up. I put it to sleep by accident. Yeah, but pressing the little glowy looking. Man, listen to how loud this is. Holy mess. Not a bad problem to have, but yeah, I'm gonna turn this way, way down. No, I keep accidentally pressing hey, here's a possible flaw. I don't think this will be a problem actually holding it in my hands as I'd be when using it normally. But a couple of times I turned off the power while intending to just turn down the system. Now I want to settings. We're gonna go to yes, original mode. So watch on my camera as I'm just gonna drop the system right into the dock. And it boots right up, and we're going to play using the 8BitDo SN30 Bluetooth gamepad to demonstrate this. We'll use any USB controller from what I heard, any Bluetooth controller with the little receiver thing. But with 8BitDo controllers, you do not need the receiver. It just goes straight into it. So, let's get started. This was around that time period where I have to resync the controller, I think. Why is it... No, I don't... Okay, there we go. All I had to do was press the sync button on the gamepad, and it popped right in. So, we'll play this for another 20 minutes. Now, we'll play Type A for a minute. We'll play on the easiest setting, because it's been a few years since I played Yoshi myself. I'm gonna turn the game music down very slightly. If I need to turn the game music up, let me know. Now this was a early Super Nintendo, like late NES, and like in the early 90s, Nintendo had this trend where they would often release a home console and portable, like a Super Nintendo or NES and Game Boy version of the same puzzle game at the same time. They did it with Dr. Mario, Tetris Attack, Yoshi was on NES, Yoshi's Cookie was on NES and Game Boy. So there are a number of, you know, and I wonder, like, it's interesting listening to, like, the sound effect of Yoshi's cry here. Now, I missed it. I'm trying to, one of the ways you score a lot of points is to get as many enemies as possible between the two halves of the Yoshi egg. The more enemies between the two halves of the Yoshi egg, you will get more points, and the Yoshi will be bigger and healthier when it hatches. The biggest you can get actually has wings, and they try to recreate the sort of Yoshi beatbox kind of sound from the pre-Yoshi story era depictions of Yoshi, which I actually like a lot more. I loved Yoshi's story to death, but compared to the classic Yoshi sound, I feel like the original Yoshi noise is much more appealing, far less annoying, and it's like pre-Yoshi's Island. No, pre-Yoshi's story, rather. Like, the Yoshis were always depicted as having, like, human-level intelligence, whereas once it got into Yoshi's story, where Yoshi was just making a bunch of cutesy noise, like, Yoshi! Like, it came almost like a Pokemon where he's just saying his name, make these cute little indecipherable noises. And from that point on, really only in the spin-offs, I feel, did Yoshi really get depicted as a human, like, as a human... like, as a species that's a person rather than a creature or animal. Like in Paper Mario, there was like the Yoshi Village, you know, the Yoshis would talk to you. In Super Mario RPG, there were the Yoshis that would talk. Okay. We game overed pretty quickly there. That was very embarrassing. But I remember going to Funko Land with my mom to get my first copy of Yoshi, and we loved it so much we went and got the second copy. So... this game was, now, if you are familiar with the first, well, any Pokemon game, actually, but especially the first couple of generations of Pokemon, you might recognize this theme. I'll start it again a couple times. I'll do it again. Yeah, this was later used as the Pokemon Center theme in the Pokemon games, because this game was actually developed by Game Freak. So I think, so they composed this track for this song, they composed this track for this game and ends up reusing it in Pokemon, and it's been the Pokemon Center theme ever since, iconic to that particular game. So let's try again and not to have a totally shameful display. Let's make some attempt at actually doing kind of okay at the game. Yeah, I remember this having so much fun playing this with my mom back in the day. And yes, we were playing it with the original big gray, the big link cable on the original gray Game Boys. One thing I remember being proud of was that I felt like I was one of the only kids around who had the original, like, there was a big plug, like a filler, like a cap thing, that would go on the original version of the Game Boy link cable. port on the Game Boy, and you were supposed to put that in when you didn't have the link cable plugged into it. And I guess kids would play a multiplayer game and just lose those, whereas I actually was able to hang on to mine for a very long time. A lot of kids would also lose their battery covers for the Game Boy. Somehow I ended up with a battery cover. No. Yeah, somehow I ended up with a spare battery cover on my Game Boy. I remember even, like, later on, like, talking to friends, like, hey, do you need a spare battery cover for a Game Boy? Because I have one, I don't see why I'd ever need one. Like, I remember around, like, 2005, having a chance to actually buy at some point, someone on eBay came across a shipping pallet of unopened, Play It Loud yellow Game Boys. And they were selling them on eBay for a price I could actually afford. They weren't price gouging on them, because this is before the retro game market. Man, I am really... Like, if I was... I don't think this is the best puzzle game in the world. It's a very good one, but... Well, it's a puzzle game. This is like a baseline puzzle game. It's not fantastic. It's not, I just remember... I probably... Oh, wow. I mean, this game didn't save your high score, so it's not a big deal that I got a high score, but... Man, this is... Let's play Type B, let's see. Okay, Type B, I think you're just starting with, Yeah, this isn't an amazing puzzle game, but I have lots of fond memories of playing it. I remember playing it probably more just because I liked Yoshi, because I thought Yoshis were cool. Like, as a species. So, I remember wanting to get a Yoshi doll, like a Yoshi plush, and you could just not get you could not get, like, in the mid-90s. Like, I swear, there is more Nintendo merchandise in stores now than there was in the early to mid-90s. There's certainly, like, there is more Pokemon merchandise out there now for adults than there was Pokemon merchandise for kids back at the height of Pokemania. Which is a weird thing, but it sounds oxymoronic saying it, but, like, the commercialization, the mainstream nature of games is so much, like, there's so much more of a market for game merchandise, where at the time, just the fact that Pokemania, like, Pokemon becoming this big fad was a unique thing in and of itself. So even though there's more merchandise now than there was back then, there's more merchandise now for adults than there was for kids back then, but just the fact that there was any merchandise, that there was any mainstream attention was such a big deal that I think, I don't know, it's kind of funny. It's just funny how the perception of, like, and I remember, like, reading in some of the earliest books you could find at the time that discussed, like, the Pac-Man craze of the 80s, and me like, in the early mid-90s reading about Pac-Man, you know, in the past tense, and then when Pokemon came, when I saw what was happening with Pokemon in Japan, before I even imagined that they'd even try to bring, because remember, around 96, 97, there's no guarantee, there's no assumption that Nintendo would even try to bring Pokemon out in the West. I just remember seeing reports in, like, EGM and in EGM2 and other game magazines, like, oh, there's this monster training game in Japan called Pocket Monsters, and it's this big craze. I remember thinking, like, oh, and you needed to trade with friends to get all of the different monsters. And, like, this is so early that, like, they weren't even really calling it Pokemon over here yet. And, yeah, it's kind of ironic. And I remember thinking, like, wow, that's an interesting concept. They'd have to trade with other people to get all of the monsters. I don't think, like, that game seems so Japanese. I don't think they'd ever even try to bring that to North America. But I was recognizing what was happening, like, this is, like, what I recognized that, oh, this is a fad. This is a craze. This is a marketing phenomenon, like what happened with Pac-Man back before my time in the early to mid 80s. So we're gonna go back to game type A. I'm gonna use the no, I'm totally out of practice with whoop, there we go. Yeah, totally out of practice with Tetris, but I have a feeling I do better at this than with that. There's something, you know, I wonder when they were designing this game, I wonder if they designed this with Game Boy in mind first, or with... I wonder if they designed this with Game Boy in mind first, or with NES in mind first. Because the use of these very distinct-looking Mario enemy characters was a very good way to not have to deal with like something like with Tetris Attack or Zoop, or even Dr. Mario, where going from color screen on the home console to the Game Boy screen, which is black and white, they have to kind of design around that and use textures or patterns to make the blocks stand out from each other in monochrome. Whereas here, having these very different looking characters as the playing pieces probably made translating this to Game Boy a lot easier. I wonder, I never played the Game Boy version of Tetris Attack, but I know, or even saw it actually, now that I think of it. But just looking at, I know, I've seen screenshots and videos of the Game Boy version of Zoop. Back when Viacom was trying to force Zoop into being the next puzzle game phenomenon. And like, Viacom was going nuts. They were like, you will be the next gaming craze. And like, no, it turns out you cannot force a game to be into existence to be a craze. But I do remember playing Zoop on the Macintosh computers at the local library back in the mid-90s. So yeah, I did get Zoop fever back then. Well, not Zoop fever, but I just remember playing it. I never cared about it enough to go for any home console versions, because I had Game Boy at the time that Zoop appeared on. I don't think Zoop... Yeah, by the time Zoop came out, Game Gear was really fading rapidly from relevance. Even as late as like 96. I think the last Game Gear game I got was in 96. It was Sonic Labyrinth. And how I got Sonic Labyrinth was cool, because we were going on like a 10-hour car trip to visit some relatives out of state. And my parents snuck the copy of Sonic Labyrinth into... They got it from the toy store, and they snuck it into my bag with all my games and books and stuff in it. So I just go in to get my Game Gear. I'm like, wow, it's a new game! Like, a new Sonic game I never even heard of. That's so cool. The game itself wasn't very good, but the memory of getting it was very cool. And I mean, if you look at the time, my parents had a choice between getting me either Sonic Labyrinth or Sonic Blast. So it's kind of like, okay, neither of those games are very good, so it would have been 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. Whichever game they got for me would not have stuck well in my memory. Yeah, it was cool. But that was 96, and that was the last, the second to last Game Gear game I ever got. The last Sonic game I played on Game Gear. And yeah, the very last Game Gear game I got was Poker Face Paul's Solitaire. Because, actually, it was during that trip to my grandmother's house. Because we were staying we stayed at my grandmother's house for like a month. It was a really long trip that summer. And she had a Packard Bell with Windows 3.0, and she had Solitaire on it. And I was playing she taught me how to play Solitaire on her Windows 3.0 computer. And then I was also playing Solitaire a lot. My grandmother, when I got back, I was playing Solitaire. My other grandmother on my mother's side showed me how to play Solitaire. Yeah, so game over. Showed me how to play Solitaire with an actual 52 deck of cards. And so I had this idea, I'm like, oh, I'll get Solitaire for Game Gear, that's gonna be so cool. And then I got it, and I remember the music, I remember the presentation, I remember the graphics being really memorable presentation and graphics for Poker Face Paul Solitaire. I believe, Gunstar Heroes here on Twitch, who does a lot of Game Gear coverage. He was doing Game Gear coverage before the availability of the Analogue Mega SG, which is how I play my Game Gear games. Now, I do have the Game Gear adapter for this device, but I only bought it a couple of days ago when pre-orders went online for the Analogue Pocket, for the second round of pre-orders. So sometime probably in the first quarter of next year, I will get the adapter for this. On one hand, I probably should have just went ahead and got the adapter so I could play Game Gear games portably using the Pocket console. But because I did not... Yeah, we'll go with the original music again. Yeah, so I'm really happy with the system so far. Now, have I mentioned before, like, I am playing original cartridges in real time. There have been other things like the Retron systems, for instance, that can play games from original cartridges. But the method of how it's playing the game is technically, it is literally technically different. I know people say technically and literally to mean different things, but on a technical level, it is literally a different method of playing the games. Whereas something like the Retron and other solutions they're running a computer program that is emulating the device. That it is, like, if you're playing Game Boy, for instance, it is running a Game Boy emulator and running the ROM file, which you could either, I think you could load with SD cards, or you could use your cartridge, and what the console will do is pull the ROM off of the cartridge, like putting a CD into a computer and ripping the CD and then playing the MP3 on your computer. That's basically what the Retron is doing. It is ripping the ROM, pulling the ROM off of the cartridge, and then running that ROM file in a software-based emulator. What this is doing is playing the game in real time off of the cartridge as though it was running on an original system. This is done using a method called field programmable gate array. I'm not an electrical engineer, so I can't explain to you, like, on a technical level, but basically, rather than software-based emulation, it is hardware emulation, where, as I understand it, an electrical engineer, I believe it is the particular work of an electrical engineer who's been known in retro circles and in reverse engineering and electrical engineering hobbyist circles for a long time, called Tetris. I believe he was the spearhead of this project. He may have actually done it all himself. I know he's programmed FPGA cores before, but basically what we're doing is this chip is basically simulating the guts of a Game Boy in real time. So rather than pulling the data off the cartridge, then running that in a computer program. And that allows for a high degree of accuracy to the original device. Now what FPGA, and I've heard people do get kind of snobbish over these sorts of things sometimes, where it's like, oh, FPGA isn't a big deal, just use software-based emulation. But then I've heard people, like, get snobbish about FPGA, being like, oh, well, FPGA was designed for prototyping hardware, and it's being wasted on this old game technology, and it's like, alright, that's like a surgeon getting pissed because a razor blade that was designed for making surgical incisions is being used to open... yeah, it's like being a surgeon being upset that a game, like a knife made for surgical incisions, is being used to cut thread in a sewing machine or something, something like that. It's like, if it's a blade and it makes the cut that it needs to make, who cares what the steel composition was originally intended for? There's surgical steel knives that are used as kitchen knives. Like, where it's a surgical steel quality steel blade, and yeah, it was made for making surgical incisions, but it also makes a great kitchen knife for cutting deli meat or whatever. Who cares what it was originally intended for? Some high noble purpose, as long as it makes the cut that it's intended to make. Now, I turned down the audio a little bit because Azurest wanted me to turn down my audio a bit. If it's still balanced good, if you can still hear the audio good, let me know. If you need me to turn it up a little bit, we can find a happy medium between these two extremes. I am about to play a different game soon, so because we only have a minute left for this particular game. This is my first variety stream, by the way. I usually will have maybe one or two, once in a blue moon, 3 games in a stream, and I'll make a unique layout for each game. Here I made the layout for the console in general, and so I'm just swapping, going back and forth between all these different games in real time, just trying all these different titles. Now, these games are games I honestly have not properly, except for Alleyway. Actually, like, my 20-minute session of Alleyway is the longest time I've ever spent playing Alleyway on original cartridge. I did have it in my collection for a couple of years, I think. However, I did not Yeah, I never really played it, because whenever I wanted to play Alleyway, I was playing it on my 3DS with the Virtual Console. And if I could play 3DS, if there was a plug where I could just plug HDMI out into a 3DS, I would have been playing a lot of these games, Game Boy games, for years on Virtual Console. Like if there was Game Boy games on the Virtual Console on the Wii U, I'd have been playing these games years ago. But Nintendo, as the meme goes, Nintendo, why you hate money? They have not made these games available in any other way. But now there's a solution that I personally am really happy about in the form of the Analog Pocket. So in a second, we're about to run out of time. So for those who may have just joined, this is the gamepad I'm using. It's the 8-bit Do SN30 Pro, and we are going to we'll go ahead and we'll show off the system a bit in between games, since I have to swap the games out anyway. We'll lift it off of the dock. So as you see, unfortunately, with the current version of the operating system, and there are very ambitious plans for what they're going to call Analogue OS that'll be on this and future Analogue products. They may be even able to retrofit Analogue OS into older Analogue systems like the Mega SG, but they have really ambitious plans for the different things this operating system will be able to do in terms of having the box art and things like that stored on here. But in this mode, unfortunately, I cannot simulate this with the dock. Future operating systems, I expect I'll be able to do so. But I have it simulating the original look of the old Game Boy screen. But this can be a lot louder than the original Game Boy speaker ever was. So there's the cartridge sitting in the back. Now we have several modes. I'm not going to scroll through them all again. There's much better in-depth reviews of all the different modes that different tech bloggers and stuff on YouTube have put out. So we're going to put that into our... Now if you're just joining us, the back does have a slight ridging to it, like the original Game Boy, which is very neat. Very heavy, very hefty. This thing is very expensive. Well, I mean, it's not... I mean... If you just want to play 8-bit Game Boy games and don't care about using original cartridges, don't care about FPGA, don't care about the dock, and the other unique features this system has, you could get a little cheap old retro handheld that plays ROMs off SD cards just like this, but I like using original cartridges. I care about being able to stream games directly off the original cartridges in real time, which previous solutions did not allow for. The previous games we've played are Yoshi, Alleyway, which is our first game, and Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins. And the next game, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, our fourth game is going to be just plain old Nintendo Tennis, which was a launch game for the system. I've never played this game before. Actually, I don't think I've even tested this game. I've definitely cleaned it. Of the games I've played so far, only this copy of Yoshi was an original game that was from my personal collection back in the 90s. So you've got the cartridge in the system here. The sheath of the system isn't as high as sort of the cartridge protection sort of sheath in the original Game Boy, so it's subject to tilting. I don't think it'll be that big a problem, but it's something to note as far as like finding potential concerns. So you boot up the system by pressing the button. Oh no, you have to hold it for a second. Excuse me. Now to play this, you do have to start up the system, then place it on the dock. So when you hit play cartridge, there we go. It boots right up. The old logo, the old Game Boy boot up screen, unfortunately, they had to leave it out because that's the property of Nintendo. That was included on the console and not on the games. So an Analog, for legal reasons, cannot include that. So we'll drop it on the dock, and just that simple. It's already popped right up on the screen. I'm going to use the 8-bit Do SN30 gamepad, and we'll just hit the sync button. Just wake this thing up, hit the sync button. I'm still getting used to this controller and how it... Okay, there we go. You have to hit... There we go. Now it's synced up. Yeah, I'm not used to waking this thing up from sleep, so I have to fidget around with it a bit. Excuse me. I like that the option. You have music yes and music no. Not music on or off. Music yes, music no. Now, I'm going to turn the game... I want to turn this up very slightly. Just 1 percentage point. Okay. There we go. Now, I've never played this before. I played the NES Tennis a couple of times. So we're going to set the timer for 20... We're giving 20 minutes per game. There we go. Just check on my settings. Hey, the connection quality is looking good. Let's let this... Okay, connection quality is good. Yeah. Alright. So we're just gonna hop right into the next game. We're good. Okay. That's 30 seconds of me checking my stream settings, making sure it's actually okay. There we go. Now we'll... So, NES Tennis. I mean, no, Game Boy Tennis. I've never played this before. See, Mario's the referee there. I'm the lower player here. I'm turning my personal volume up a bit. If anyone needs me to turn the game volume up, you just mention it in chat. I'll tweak it a bit. And actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a little 10-minute break after this one before we hop into the back half of the stream. So, fault. Okay. Alright, so, and I immediately missed the ball. Man, I am not good at this so far. I'm gonna have to learn how to... Man, I feel like I was better at NES Tetris. And NES Tennis. And I only played that a couple of times. Hey, I'm actually kind of playing the game. No, there we go. No, there. Yeah, I would like to. Yeah, I wonder what the manuals. I feel like this is a game. I mean, how much could there possibly be to this? You just hit the button, right? Can't imagine there being like really complex spin put on the ball or anything like that. I'm glad they showed the characters changing sides, because graphically, other than the side that Mario is on, I really can't tell. Doggone. Alright. Okay, so that... my only real experience... I've played badminton in, like, gym in high school, but I've never played tennis, like, in real life. So, all my tennis experience is playing the one time I rented Mario Tennis on Nintendo 64. And I'll be honest, the only reason I actually rented Mario Tennis was because Waluigi was in it. And I was, for some reason, interested in, like... I thought Mario Tennis was gonna have lore in it about, like, the origins of Waluigi and where he came from. But no, he's just there. And, hey, I actually won an exchange. Yeah, like, Waluigi exists for no reason other than the fact that Wario needed a similarly themed partner for doubles. Because they gave Yoshi Birdo. And Mario Tennis is really the beginning of Nintendo using Birdo again in things. No. Okay. Yeah, I'm not... This is gonna be an interesting 16-minute... Oh, wait. Where's... What is happening? Why is he going up and to the right? Wait, was I playing? Was I serving? The gamepad isn't... The controls aren't responding? Let me take the system off the dock and see if it works with the system. Let's see. Let's see if I'm gonna do the soft reset. AB start select. Oh, you know what? Wait. Okay, it works again. I don't know what happened. I don't know if this is something wrong with my copy of the game, or something that I just don't know how to play this game properly, or if... yeah, well, let's put this back on the dock. Wait a second. Wait a second. Did the... Yeah, like the sound's working in the... Let me unplug the dock and plug it... Actually... No, I'm gonna... Excuse me, I'll be right back. I'm gonna unplug the dock on this side so I don't have to... Let's see, is the video signal... Alright, so I unplugged the dock and plugged it back in. It looks like the... So I plugged it back in. I've got the analog pocket. We're gonna drop it back on the dock. Let's see what happens. Like, this is exactly why I'm doing these Okay. Alright. And so select. This is my controller. And I'm not entirely used to... Hold on, let me look at the instruction sheet for the controller. Hold on. Where's the instruction sheet for the controller? Okay. Here we go. It was right nearby, but it was in a spot where I couldn't have gotten to it unless I got up and walked around a bit. Okay. Wonders of live entertainment. Press Expo start. Okay. So Expo start and sync. I'm going to... Okay, I'm going to unplug... Let's see, I'm going to... Well, the system itself is clearly still working. So I'm going to unplug... I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to unplug the system for 30 seconds... The dock for 30 seconds. Seven, 8, 9, 10... 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Alright. Plug it back in. The power. Alright. So, alright, so we got the system, and you know what? Alright, it's working. Oh, it didn't, I don't know why I didn't think of this. I could just pause the game. But I'll leave it running so I can tell instantly if the dock works like it's intended to. Alright, so it's outputting video and audio to the system. Now, Start in X. And sync. Press the sync button. Okay, it's synced up. I'm moving the character properly. Alright, so we lost a few minutes to that weird troubleshooting thing. I can't say if that's a problem with the dock. I can't say if it's a problem with the gamepad. Or if it's just a freak occurrence, or if it's somehow a problem with the game. I'm not quite sure how that would be the case, but because at first, before anything else, it felt like the game was not working. Okay. So, there we go. Hey, I won. Or, I say I won just when every time I score points. Oh no. Mario looks way too happy when he says fault like that. Oh, you know what? It just occurred to me. Yeah, pressing what would be the home button on something like Nintendo Switch brings up the menu on screen. So, there's the controller. There's Nanoloop and GB Studio. GB Studio lets you develop games. Nanoloop is a music developing program, a music composition program. So systems. So that's mint, blue. These are the different color options I have. Unfortunately, I don't have the option to bring up the Game Boy style green screen. Okay. Oh, so this lets me mirror B and A to X and Y. Alright. I'll keep that on. Force GB mode. I don't care about that. There's GG. Yeah, we don't. I don't even have the Game Gear adapter yet, so no point in messing with that. Dock video. Yeah, we're playing 1080p 60 Hz 8-bit Game Boy. So Analogue OS. Oh no, that's the startup. That's not the Analogue OS, like the big deal one that they're gonna come out with later. So yes, if you have a controller that has a home button, you can't access the console menu through it. That was a serious problem with the Analogue Mega SG, right? I had this thing, especially in my earlier streams, you saw this a lot, where I would get really late into Sonic the Hedgehog, and I'd accidentally press a button combination like up and A or up A and start or something like that, where I would accidentally trigger the game's menu, because you'd use like something like that with the Analogue Mega SG. You're using the original, like if you're using the original controller, I mean, I think that's how it worked. Like, you're using original controllers, which did not have a home button or a console menu button or something like that. So you'd have to use two of the face buttons of the game to bring up the menu, like, while playing. So I had to choose my button combo earlier on. I thought was unique enough that I wouldn't hit it accidentally, but I was. So I was accidentally bringing up the menu and then restarting the game, which would frequently happen when I was right within the last, like, half hour of the game. I think the first time I ever beat Sonic the Hedgehog on Game Gear, the first time in my life I ever beat it, could have been significant. Excuse me. Could have been significantly sooner if only I had remembered if I hadn't accidentally restarted the game. And I was having other weird technical early streamer problems. But from what I've heard from a few streamers, even a few professional streamers, my first stream, everything from how I was able to interact on camera, how I was speaking on camera, and my layout, and my video quality, and everything was really, really above average for a first stream, which I was very happy to hear. No, okay. I'm swapping again. Okay. Yeah, not a... Oh, it just gets me how excited Mario looks whenever it says fault. I don't know how this... I can't say offhand how this compares to the NES Tetris, but... And the NES... I keep saying... Because... I keep saying Tetris instead of tennis, excuse me. Now this compares to the NES Tennis, but from what I remember, the NES Tennis did not have any, like, speakers in it, I guess? Or I mean, excuse me, it did not have music in it. Whereas this has a persistent theme, which is very short, very repetitive, but for something so short and repetitive, it's not so bad. I mean, there's a reason they give you the option to turn the music off entirely. As much as I suck at this, I'm surprised that the game isn't over yet. I'm certainly not posing much of a challenge. Yeah, but the closest I ever got to playing actual tennis was playing Mario Tennis on N64 and being like, wow, tennis is cool. It's like a cool version of badminton. And it's funny because most people's impression of badminton, or badminton, I guess, is more properly said, but most people's impression of badminton as a sport is based entirely on playing it in public school and gym class, whereas, like, actual, like, more serious, like, how it's played professionally and how it's played casually. And it's also, yeah, it's like, something off, like, we never, in my high school, public school system, we never played tennis in gym. We only ever played badminton. I mean, I guess you need less space. The equipment is smaller and lighter. The balls don't go... They go flying, but they don't go out of control, where it's like, whoops, I hit the ball like 50 feet away. You can't really do that with badminton as easily. But when real professional badminton players go at it, it is really, like, just as serious of a sport as tennis, in my opinion. But, like, badminton is just, like, sort of seen as a recreational activity, something you'd play it in public school gym class, or something that you might play in, like, at barbecues, or like at family friend functions or something like that, where you need just an easy casual backyard game to play. Before there was stuff like Wii Sports and things like that. Well, I mean, also, instead of things like Wii Sports, I mean, I say Wii Sports like yes, and then Wii Sports came out, and never again were backyard sports played at family functions and neighborhood functions. Yeah, it's kind of funny, because I think this has to be something that I don't remember ever getting any Game Boy lots. But what I do remember is getting yeah, at some point I must have just got this just because I knew it was a Game Boy launch game. I knew it was Nintendo developed and published. So I just went ahead and got it while I had a chance. And go. Oh, no. There we go. There we go. Alright. No, not happening. I hope the other teams aren't watching, because and this Spider's gonna have some funny stories for us, that's for sure. Because he's like, yeah, we went to see our new competition at the tennis match. You know, he looked like he had no idea what he was doing. I think our championship is assured. Oh, I smacked that ball straight in under the net. Which actually felt like something I was trying to do, so... Oh man, the way he flicks back and forth, like I can't do it with my biangles right. The way he goes, wait. Okay. And, oh. got a minute left. Can we score a game by the end of the minute and see what the trophy screen is like? Or they'll give me, I'm assuming it's gonna be like a treaty, or I mean, yeah, I mean a training level. All right. Play again. Doesn't say game over. Doesn't say you lose. Just says play again. I don't remember NES Golf having quite this level of personality. Okay, so let's say level 1. Oh, you know what? No. Maybe start select. No, maybe start select. Let's go music yes. Music no. How about that? No music. No music at all. No, it's serious time. No music here. Okay, that calls it. Yeah. How about... Yeah, so that'll do it for the moment. We're gonna play some more classic Game Boy games. I see the next one is pretty much one of the ones that everyone's like a classic, like iconic Game Boy game. That's like, there's no more. It's like, so I don't think I think you all know what game I'm playing next. So I will be back in a few minutes. Just gonna get up, walk around, and stretch, get the blood flowing a bit, and I'll be back for the back half of this stream. So I will be back. Hold on, I'm not starting yet. Hold on. Hey everybody! So ironically enough, I come back as they're playing some Game Gear music from the Game Boy's closest competitor in a stream dedicated to Game Boy music to Game Boy. Now I'm playing, if you are joining me, on the Analogue Pocket. We just played Tetris. I mean, not Tetris. I wish I was playing Tetris. We played Tennis, which was a launch game for the device. And as one of my chatters just put it so eloquently and succinctly, it was not very exciting. So along Alleyway, which we played earlier. Yeah, we played Alleyway earlier. Definitely a much better game. I'll go back to that anytime. This Tennis, I may well never play this again for the rest of my life. But as a Game Boy launch game, an important place in the system's history. And a good pick for this stream in particular. But we are next going to play the one many probably been waiting for a long time to see. Hoping we're going to play Tetris. What many consider the definitive version. Now, as I understand in like sort of the not professional, but like the high tier Tetris scene, it typically seems to focus more around the NES, the Nintendo published NES version. So we're playing the game directly off the cartridge here, and we boot up with the Analogue logo. Goes to that main menu. You have the option to boot into directly into the cartridge, but you hit play cartridge and it boots directly into the game. No Nintendo startup screen, of course, because that is copyright to Nintendo. The classic music there. We have several modes. This one I like the most is simulating the original Game Boy screen. There are other modes that simulate things like the Game Boy Pocket screen. You just have the flat, pure sort of look of the screen itself, how it looks natively. You could also make it look even like you're playing on the Japanese-only Game Boy Light unit, which was a version of the Game Boy Pocket. Well, it really isn't a Game Boy Pocket. It's a distinct system. It has a larger body frame because it has to hold AA batteries instead of the AAA of the Alright, so we're connected. And we'll hop right in. Now this was the game. And it was actually probably this very copy, because we had 2 copies, one of them's gone, we still have this one. This game, and this copy of the game, was the game that made my mom a gamer. And this was really what started her on it. It was these casual puzzle games. I was like, hey mom, you know, like, you don't play video games? I think you like this one. I'm a little kid at the time. This is still in the 90s. And I gave her my Game Boy with Tetris, and she was like, oh. Like, and then the rest was magic. I remember even back in the DS, height of the DS era, when, you know, when I'd be at a restaurant with my mom, and we'd be playing Tetris DS wirelessly, because she had her own DS Lite that she brought with her everywhere she went back in those days. But yep, this is the game that turned my mom into a gamer, and we'll get started right up with Tetris on its easiest mode of all. Not too long ago. Yeah, it wasn't so long ago that I was playing this game on the 3DS Virtual Console, because you could, no longer the case. I mean, they phased out you being able to use credit cards to add credits to the 3DS and Wii U eShop. They're doing that in the near future. They announced. But we'll be playing. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I've been playing this game on 3DS about a week and change ago, in preparation, knowing this was coming. I'm not even sure. I think I might have coincidentally been playing, because I wasn't sure if I knew how long ago it was that we knew for sure that they'd start shipping out these units. Wait a second. Hold on. I feel... Is my gamepad failing? I wonder. Is the connection good? Is the cartridge being funny? Because this is honestly, right now, this is the first time this is the first time I've booted this game up since maybe 2006 or 7, when I was getting into my retro Game Boy phase on the Game Boy Pocket. I was cruising around like a dork with the Game Boy Pocket in like 2006. And yeah, 2006, I'm in college. I'm walking around with a Game Boy Pocket at that point. And it's the first time I owned a Game Boy Pocket. And people, that was like a huge deal. Like, whoa, you have a Game Boy Pocket still? Like, and that was back before, like, retro gaming or vintage gaming sort of became what it is now. I never really understood the scoring system in this version, in Tetris in general. Like, I didn't really, never really considered that you get points just for placing blocks, 77, 82. Like, I don't know if you get different, I'm not sure how the scoring system works. I know, like, the rights holders for Tetris, which I believe is just called the Tetris Company, is actually very specific about what you can and can't put in a Tetris game these days. I know there's certain... Wait a sec. What happened? That was... Hold on. The game unexpectedly moved to the... I'm just... What is happening? Am I accidentally... Why is... Like, look at this. Hold on. I'm just pressing down. I'm gonna try it a couple more times. Down, 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 down. Oh, I forgot to press start on the timer. I guess you got a few bonus minutes of Tetris out of this. Not that that's ever a problem, but... And plus, I'm doing tech supporty kind of stuff right now. I mean, this is kind of an honest... This is my honest experience in playing the thing. It's probably a problem. I'm expecting... This isn't a problem... I mean, what was the last one I played? I played... Tennis was kind of funky. I felt like I wasn't... There were moments where I felt like the control wasn't working right. And I'm not sure if it's something about my copy of the game, or... It's not doing it right now. Alright, let's try. Alright, let's try. No! It did it again. It did. Okay, what I'm gonna do... I'm going to... Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna play... Oh, this is gonna be as fun as watching someone read. Because I'm gonna play... I'm gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna try... Well, I'll push... Okay, we'll go... Down only. No left. No right, just down only. I'm only pressing down on the control. I'm just trying to troubleshoot to see if this is a problem with my controller that I was using when I had it docked. I'm going to try to play for just a little while by myself. See if I have proper control of it as I'd expect to. And it's kind of funny because basically as soon as I got... This already may be the most time I've spent playing on the system itself, because I'm only playing on the system itself for a few moments just to test things. Like 95 or more % of the time I've spent playing the system has been with it docked during this very stream. I was out of town, so I had to, when I heard the package came, I had to rush back to my apartment building and pick up the package. I think it might be a problem with, I'm going to remove the game. Yeah, I'm going to remove the game, which is the same one, like as me and my mom both had copies, and we both proved it back and forth. We both were playing, with the link cable, and the 2-player mode for this actually involves Mario and Luigi, which is interesting. But, okay, so reinsert the cartridge. Gonna boot the game up. I'm gonna have to reattach, wirelessly resync the gamepad. And we'll see if we have that weird problem where the controls keep skewing to the right again. I think that might be a one-off thing. Definitely wasn't happening with the when I was playing on the unit itself. Okay, there's the game. So start X, boot the controller, then sync button. So wait for it to sync. Yeah, it does seem to take a second to... Like, I was playing with the Switch yesterday when I streamed, I was using the Switch. This with the Switch, and I don't remember having to fight to get it to sync like I am seemingly having to do with the dock. Alright, I'm not playing, by the way. This is... Okay, let's see the lights flashing. Let me remove and reinsert the system again. Let me look at the manual for the controller. Windows, Bluetooth. Okay, Y. Okay, Y for 3 seconds. Wait. Sorry, this is the first time I've had like a gamepad like this, so switch Bluetooth connection. Y plus start. LED starts to move left, right. Press play button for 3 seconds. Okay. I mean, it's working, but I can't control the game right now. Like, I can see, like, the dock is passing the signal through. Okay. So it's waking up, and I have to hold You know what? I'm going to pull the I'm going to turn off. I'm going to power down the dock for 30 seconds. And see if I... And while I do that, I'm going to let the controller set. I'm going to see if I get... I'll remove the system. I can play Tetris in the meantime for a minute. While this is happening, I think it's enough time already. Let me go and plug it back in. Oops. Okay. Yeah, let's see if restarting the dock in terms of the power. Let's see if that's what it needed. No, that was just what they call the attract mode on the game. All right. Put the earbuds in. The system's playing the game. Let me just insert into the dock. All right, there it is. No, do I have... I don't think I have a USB to USB-C. How do I... Wire connection, Android. No, I do. Excuse me, hold on. I'm going to try to use it as a wired controller and see if that works. It might be a little funky because the only... No, I do have... Do I have a second? No, that's USB to USB. No, I need... Let's see. Now, I might have to mess up my console cam a bit because I did not plan to use the USB ports on this on the dock today. Let's see if this works. It's not. It's just long enough that I may be able to use this. Okay. It's connected. Alright, I'm playing just fine. I just have to sit a bit forward of where I'd ideally like to. So now I'm using the same controller. I'm just using it corded. So we got cheated out of half our Tetris. But I do have very special plans in the near future for an alternative Tetris, for a Tetris stream. And play Tetris in conjunction... Wait a second, hold on. And in conjunction with the special events that's happening. Very soon. Now. A-type? A-type? There we go. This is more like it. Yeah, thanks for sticking with me, everybody. So now, I would rather it have been in wireless mode, but... So that's that's part of why I did this. So that's a realistic... You could possibly have problems with either the... I don't know if it's the problem with the dock or if it's a problem with the 8-bit DOE SN30. We'll see if the problem repeats in future sessions with the pocket and the dock. Actually, I want to adjust the camera a bit. I think I knocked. There we go. We'll tilt it up a little bit. There we go. There we go. That looks nice. And now it would be nice if they had the option to display the game on the system when it was on the dock. Just so the console cam that I use could have something a little more interesting going on. For practical purposes, I understand it. Like with the Wii U, unfortunately you don't have the option. The Wii U just always mirrors well, actually you can turn it off, but like when I play Wii U, I have the gamepad sitting in the console cam. And by the way, that's the Wii U that I use for streaming. That's what I use. That's on the right of the console in the webcam, in the console cam view, field of view. And I'll have the gamepad set up, so it makes the console cam a little more lively. Because having console cams for certain devices that I stream on, that I play my games on, there's something I really have wanted from before I even started streaming, and it's only been in the last 25 streams I've done that I've been able to actually have. No, 19. No, it's only been in the last 19 streams that I've done where I've actually been able to have the console cam. Now, for a lot of streams, I don't use it. Like for Switch streams, I don't use it. I only use the console cam for like the Analogue Mega SG, because that's interesting. Because I like to show that it's running the cartridge, especially since that is my own childhood cartridge of Sonic the Hedgehog for Game Gear. For Wii U, it's interesting just because the gamepad, and for this right here. So to sort of give a bit of transparency in terms of what it physically takes to set this up when it comes time for troubleshooting, what things you have to unplug. Like you saw how I unplugged, like I plugged in the USB cable to the back. And actually that USB cable was set up elsewhere in this room, and I was using that to charge up the SN30 gamepad to make sure I had enough power. Because I only charged it up enough for yesterday's stream, but I want to make sure that I could play for several hours today and it would go as planned. Oh, this is not going too well, but it's my first proper game of Tetris in a long time. Okay. Now, funny story about Tetris. This was one of the games I got when my aunt gave me that mother load in like the mid-95. She gave me a Game Boy and a bunch of games. And among them was Tetris. I never heard of Tetris. No, actually, no. I heard of Tetris 2. Because I remember on Thanksgiving, 1993, there were all these commercials for Tetris 2, and I never even heard of Tetris 1. So, and I didn't even know what kind of game it was, how it worked, or whatever. So I'm like, oh, there's Tetris. It's the game I saw the commercials for the sequel for. Let me finally play the game, right? And I started playing it, and I had no idea what to make of it. Let's try. Yeah, let's try the bare minimum hard mode, the level 9 0 high. I think level 9 0 high is when you actually do start to earn the little animations at the end. Oh no, I've bungled it already. Yeah, I'm not gonna go for Tetris's, really. Yeah, I did not know what to make of the game, and actually what I thought was that this was some kind of art creation program, and that I was trying to like build houses and stuff with the blocks, and I'm like, why? I'm trying to build a house, but the blocks keep disappearing, and I just put the game away, and I never touched it for a long time. And then at some point, like some of these, when I got my mother load of games and stuff from my dear aunt, Some of the games did have manuals, and I guess Tetris had a manual. And I found that manual, and I read it's like, oh, like the point of Tetris is to make 4. Come on, let me get. I came so close to actually getting a single line in this mode. No, actually, excuse me. What am I? That's the end. No. We're going to. That's next game in, not end in. I'm very sorry. I did not mean to. I did not mean to give the impression that the stream was 3 minutes away from ending. We'll be playing a few more games to come. And so once I actually understood the point of Tetris, what you were trying to do, I started playing it, and I legit was addicted. I literally, I know it's like, oh, the Tetris effect, especially since they actually made a game called Tetris Effect, but I really had the genuine Tetris effect where I was like seeing the blocks when I closed my eyes and like superimposed over the real world. I never got to the point where it was like interrupting my schoolwork or anything like that, but yeah, I got deep into it, and so did like I said, this is the game that was the icebreaker game for my mom to get her into gaming. And in fact, the one remaining original OG brick Game Boy that I have was actually in the custody of my mother. And I was like, Mom, do you still have that Game Boy with Tetris? It's like, yeah, I do. And that was like 2000... I don't know when it was, but whenever it was, I was definitely still in high school. And it only had... It might be way worse now. It might be much worse now, but it only had a couple of lines of dead pixels. So I wasn't as... Oh man, I really do want to... No, I bungled it. I bungled it right there. That's it. We're done. We're done! There's no salvaging that. Alright. I'm not gonna get overly ambitious. We'll go for doubles. We'll go for doubles max. We're not gonna go for Tetris. No! Okay, that we just have to restart. That was just really bad. I may disregard the timer. Let Tetris be the one to make me go overtime on a game, finally. Okay, and we're going... Oh. We're gonna We're going to play... Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna void out. I'm gonna give myself 5 minutes. 5 minutes, okay? We're gonna keep adding 5 minutes until I beat at least level 9 0 high. I'm getting overly ambitious already. I'm starting to build Tetrises, and that's what I say I'm not going to do. And, okay, we got clear 2 lines there. You know, I recently tried to play. I was testing it to see if it would make a good streaming game. Well, at the time there's something in the near future hopefully happening. A couple of things. But I specifically wanted to play Tetris for. A couple of streams, and part of it would involve playing Tetris. And I was like, well, I'd like to play the Game Boy version, but that's not... The Pocket isn't out yet, and I can't guarantee it. They said by the end of the year, but he couldn't guarantee at the time. They didn't give a hardcore, solid ship date. So I'm like, let me test the DOS version of Tetris and see if that's a good version I could play. And honestly, just the controls on that game just don't make sense to me. Like, it's something... The controls are very of their time. It's not like this, where you just move with the D-pad and you just rotate with the button. It's just very... I think you... Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we're gonna actually try to work with this. I'm not just gonna give up. We're gonna try to work with... Oh, no. Okay, it was worth a try. It was worth a try. It was worth a try. Okay. Alright. Okay, so we're putting that there. We're not making any other wannabe big shot moves, alright? We're gonna just be fairly conservative with our placements from here on out. Stick to things we know we could actually deliver on. And so we got it. We're gonna get our double in. 22. 21. Oh no. Oh man. That was delivered to me on a silver platter and I bungled it. One bad placement just totally transformed my outlook for the rest of this attempt. Okay. No. Okay, I let myself get flustered. Now I'm making silly mistakes. Now, because I know if I can get this line, no, okay. Shouldn't have did that. But here I can get this line, and I can get the double here. Oh, we are on the verge of 13. Oh no! Oh my gosh. Okay, at least we filled in there. Okay, that was a bit clumsy. Oh, I just denied myself. I blocked myself there, and I didn't need to. Like, honestly, like, the newer Tetris games where you have the shadow, like, it almost totally... It's convenient, but it basically turns Tetris into almost an entirely different game in terms of the nature of your thinking process, because you don't have to, like, think to fit the how will the pieces fit in when they fall. You're basically seeing it in advance. This is exactly where they're at, and you just drop them in using the quick drop button. This does not have a quick drop button, by the way. And I do believe my favorite version of Tetris outside of this is actually the oh no. Oh no. That was I only have to get 2 more lines. Yes, we got it. We got it. That was close. Hey, we did it. Nice. Hey, and right in the 5 minutes I gave myself. Okay. So, I know, Tetris might not be the most thrilling game. Hey, Three Bears Gaming. Yeah, no, you're an old time. Wait, excuse me. First time chat? No way. I know you. You've been around. Yeah, no, but I'm loving this thing. Yeah, you've definitely been around. Okay, maybe you mind your own business and stay quiet, but. Yep. So here's the system itself. I have the Game Boy. I have what they call the DMG mode, because they refer to things like DMG mode, GB Pocket mode, so that they could avoid saying the phrase Game Boy to avoid trademark problems with Nintendo. So DMG mode is like the original model of for the Game Boy was DMG 001. Therefore, like. DMG mode, meaning replicating the original green screen. There are videos on YouTube that could give you much better, much more clearer views of these different aspects. But you could simulate, like, you could just do the plain screen and see the full brightness of the screen and its full sort of native device, the native screen of the device. You could have it look like a Game Boy Pocket. You could have it look like you're playing it on a Game Boy Color, this uncolorized Game Boy, this original OG Game Boy game. You could run it in Game Boy Color mode. You could run this in a mode that resembles the colors, like how the games looked on the Game Boy Light, the Japan exclusive Game Boy Pocket. Well, sort of a bigger version of the Game Boy Pocket that had a light in the screen. It was bigger because it took AA batteries. And you'd see the screen. It had like if you know those digital watches from the 90s, and if there's still a few now, where you turn on the light and it has like this frosty blue look to it. I can't show it good on screen. But actually, I could pull it up real quick. And I can't show these different modes when it's docked, unfortunately, which I hope is something that they change in the future updates. But video display mode. So look, so now this is how the Game Boy Light looked, like this blue look. It looks so much better in person. This isn't doing it justice. This is set up to show me, not the screen. They're much better. Yeah. OG Game Boy was my introduction to Nintendo. I got mine in '95 with a bunch of games. And we're going to move on to the next game now. So we're going to just pop this out. And this is actually my copy of Tetris from the day. This is the copy of Tetris that turned my mom into a gamer. Yeah, so that copy of Tetris, this copy of Yoshi are actually mine from back in the... I dropped my copy of... Now I'm playing with the 8-bit DOE SN30 gamepad. I started having problems with it at the beginning of Tetris. The next game we're going to be playing is Balloon Kid. Now, I did not know until maybe 2006 or 7 when I first heard of this game. I immediately went on eBay and got a copy. They made a sequel to Balloon Fight that is a full-fledged platformer, not just a single-screen arcade score attack sort of thing. And this game was released. I played Game Boy I had my Game Boy in the mid-90s. Big on gaming history and everything. I never knew there was a full-fledged sequel to Balloon Fight on Game Boy until 2006 or 7. Oh yes, they released in Japan. They turned Balloon Kid into a Famicom game called Hello Kitty World. And the theming actually, that looks fantastic. I'm going to be playing, I'll be honest, I love video games. I rarely play off stream. Like 99% of my gameplay over the last couple of years, a year and a half, whatever, has been on stream. And I'm happy with that. But this device is so nice. I'm going to be playing games off stream. This is going to look so nice in a darkened room, I'm telling you. So we're going to just drop this on the dock. I was using the 8-bit DOE wireless controller. I was using that in Bluetooth mode. Yesterday for Switch gaming, I was playing Mr. Goemon and Ninja Kid. But now I'm playing in wired mode with the USB connection. So we'll start. I'll start the timer for 20 minutes. And we'll just hop right in. Yeah, it's so cool. Wait a sec, 1990? I swear at some point I convinced myself that this game was from like 92 or 93. And the thing about that, the reason I think it's weird to... At some point I convinced myself this game was like a 92, 93 release. Because at some point I was like, wow, Balloon Kid was from 93? I could have swore that game was much older, much earlier. Actually, oh, and in fact, I just thought of this. I'm just gonna drop this in chat right here. Boom. There's my review of Balloon Kid from like 2007 or something like that from my website. Yeah. So I'll read this real quick. I'm not gonna count this towards the time. I'm gonna read the review real quick. It impresses me that many people don't realize there is a sequel to Balloon Fight, especially considering that Balloon Fight remains one of the most popular NES launch titles aside from Super Mario Bros. And Duck Hunt. I never even heard of Balloon Kid myself until running across a passing mention of it in a Wikipedia article about the Game Boy. Having come out about a year after the Game Boy's launch, I view Balloon Kid as a attempt by Nintendo to create a game with uniquely Game Boy flavor, carrying over a concept most NES owners are already familiar with. Rather than a mere port of the NES predecessor, Balloon Kid is a full-fledged sequel, not only including everything its predecessor had to an extent, but adding a complete side-scrolling platform adventure, something completely absent from Balloon Fight. The nameless balloon fighter has been replaced with a young girl named Alice, who is on a quest to rescue her brother who floated away on a bushel of helium balloons. Just like in Balloon Fight, your character starts out with 2 balloons, which she floats on by tapping the A button. Touching enemies and spikes will pop your balloons, but unlike the previous game, losing both balloons doesn't equate to instant death, and Alice will instead just fall from the sky, hopefully onto a platform from which the player can reinflate their balloons by rapidly tapping down on the D-pad. There are even some sections which demand you release your balloons and hoof it for a while. Other elements carried over from Balloon Fight are the auto-scrolling left-to-right levels, several enemies and obstacles, musical motifs, and balloon-catching bonus rounds. Unlike Super Mario Land, the game's adventure mode cannot be beaten quickly, even with experience, because the game scrolls at its own pace, and thusly, speed depends on how frequently or not you get killed. Speaking of Super Mario Land, these games share the classic Game Boy pause beep when you press the start button. The endless obstacle course mode from Balloon Fight is also accessible from the main menu, and works great as a quick play option if you're on the go and don't have time to get into adventure mode. There's also a 2-player mode, which I assume plays something like the 2-player mode on the original Balloon Fight. I never had a chance to try it out, not having a friend with Balloon Kid, an original Game Boy, and an original Link cable. Though Balloon Kid isn't an extraordinary platform by any means, the game honestly does feel like the creators cared about what they were making, and when I play it, I get the impression that the developers created this game with the mentality of proving Game Boy was a serious gaming machine and not just a toy like the Game & Watch series was. Okay. So, yeah, spoiler alert there, but, let's, restart the timer and jump right into it. We'll start with the, balloon trip mode. Oh! That didn't happen. Okay, let's try it again. Let's try it again. That was a realistic simulation of what my first play session of this would have been like if I had played this back in the 90s. I think I got up to, before I fell off of this game, before I stopped playing it casual, like, I think I played, oh my goodness, and she's zapped. Yeah, I think... Oh no, the music's... This balloon trip mode seems a lot harder than the NES version, to me. Maybe it's the screen size, I don't know. Yeah, no, I feel like it's scrolling a lot faster. Now, judging by the fact that I have my system... I was lucky enough to get in on the first round of pre-orders. But, hold on a second. I'll be right back. Just got it. Alright, I'm back. Alright. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is definitely... This is a game I would have liked a lot if I got it back in 95 when I got my first Game Boy. I don't know if you saw when I was talking about it, but I had the actual gray brick that you see here. I never had Game Boy Pocket until I never actually had a Game Boy Pocket until around 2006 or 7, around the time I was rediscovering... No, actually, that's how I found it. I got a game... Excuse... Where? Okay, there's... I forgot I changed my, the view on the console cam. I confused myself for a moment, but okay. So you get a sense of what balloon fight is, a balloon trip is like. Got the opening cutscene. Yeah. Yeah, whatever is in those balloons would have to be lighter than anything that could be contained within a physical container. I mean, you have a hard enough time holding on to hydrogen in tanks. Okay. But I like how they remixed the balloon. They reworked the balloon fight theme into this more... Yeah, like I heard, like there's physical challenges to even holding hydrogen in tanks, and I mean we use helium in airships, and helium's even lighter than excuse me. I almost said something very silly. Helium is not lighter than hydrogen. Hydrogen is the lightest element. There's no way helium is lighter than hydrogen. But because we're gonna get into airship history now. We're doing lighter than air flight with these balloons. We're gonna talk about airship history. The LZ-128 airship of Germany was designed and drafted, but canceled because they decided to build LZ-129 to a larger design. And the reason it had that larger design was to accommodate for the fact that they intended to fly it using helium, and helium has less lifting capacity than hydrogen, so they made the ship bigger so it could hold about the same amount of stuff that the earlier ships like the Graf Zeppelin or the unbuilt LZ-127 would have had, but they could not get their hands on helium, so they ended up using hydrogen to fill the Hindenburg anyway, which meant that the Hindenburg, I think it could carry like 20 extra passengers or something like that because they used hydrogen instead of helium. Oh, excuse me, I missed a bunch of chat. But, if you get all balloons in a row, you get the most points. Oh, they start to double. You know, I don't think... there's some games where I think about score and some games where I don't. I never really thought about score much in this game. I think because there's a concrete point A to point B goal here, I always considered completion of the stages more so than the score. And yes, you see these all these pencils and matches that are the buildings. This section of the game is called Pennsylvania, spelled exactly as you would have imagined. Oh yeah, that's right. No, like, yeah, like score only. Yeah, I was actually talking about this recently. I forgot how I got on this. I was on stream. I was talking about how different a game it would have been. Like, how different would Super Mario Brothers be? The original Super Mario Brothers on NES. How different a game would that be if the high score of getting 1-ups was based on your score instead of just getting 100 coins regardless of the score? Because Super Mario Brothers has a scoring system. I don't even know if there's like a high score leaderboard in like the competitive like trials community for Super Mario Brothers. I mean, and for Super Mario Brothers a score run, it would have to be some kind of like, they have to make some kind of rules where it's score in relation to a certain time period, or else like you can just keep playing forever if you're good enough and just get higher and higher, more and more points. Yeah, so maximizing your invincibility. That would be done by trying to let the balloon be as far to the right of the screen as you can when you collect it. Am I correct on that? Because years ago I did, on early YouTube, I remember watching some speedrun strats for this game. And one thing they were pointing out was that in the speedrun for this, you're basically trying to get as few points as possible so that the bonus screen takes as short a period as possible to rack up points. Now, I forgot to properly... Oh, how courteous of this game. It's actually waiting for me to press start in order to activate the game. Okay, there we go. Now, yep, there we go. That same startup beep as Super Mario Land. But I do love, like, I really do wish I had Super Mario Land. I did not realize until yesterday that I did not have a copy of Super Mario Land. I don't have my copy from back in the day, unfortunately. So, like, also, like, I had to rebuy Super Mario Land 2. Like, my Link's Awakening, which we're not going to play today. I have some cool ideas for my Link's Awakening playthrough, actually. But Link's Awakening, yeah, so, and with the Analogue Pocket, it's made and is using the original cartridges. And the cool thing, do you know much about FPGA, or Field Programmable Gate Array, in relation to these sort of devices? Do you know anything about that? If you do, I'm not going to bother explaining it. But the emphasis is on playing the original cartridges off of the, in real time off of the system. Now, with past analog systems, it just so happened, and the SD card slot is used for firmware updates. Now, someone, we don't know who, is, it just so happens that right as soon as a new analog system comes out, within a couple of weeks, someone comes out with a perfectly fully functional alternative jailbroken operating system that allows you to play the games off the SD card if you do have ROMs on there. There are theories, and now I do want to show off real quick, just briefly, just how I wanted to see how this looked on there. This looks look how nice that looks. Come on. Now, one thing I will say, if you didn't see the hardware, the sheath on the back of the system it's not really fully covered like with Game Boy, so there's the potential for the cartridge to tilt. But right now I have it in the mode that emulates, or simulates, because emulates means something very different in this context. The look of the front light on the Game Boy Light, which used the same sort of frosty green light. It's the only way I could put it accurately. That 90s light-up digital watches would use. So, and then the gamepad I'm using is the 8-bit Do SN30 Pro. I wanted to get the model name right. So far, what have we played? We've played, in order. What have we played? We've played, we played Alleyway in randomized shuffled order. We played Alleyway. What did we play? I'm forgetting. Oh, we played Alleyway, Super Mario Land 2. Then what did we play? We played Alleyway, Super Mario Land 2, Yoshi, then Tennis. And then we came back, we played Tetris for 20 minutes. Now we're playing... Now see, look, you can drop the balloons. And she controls, like... She controls, like, absolute rubbish without the balloons. This is not a game where you could go it on foot. This really is meant to be a game played dynamically using the lighter than air option. Okay. Alright. Now, I don't think like, Stage 3 is as far as I personally have ever played. Someday we'll do an actual... You know what? We'll do a when I get a copy of Super Mario Land, I'll do a combo day. We'll play Super Mario Land 1, then we'll jump into this. Those are two very early Nintendo-published Game Boy platformers, right? So that'll be a good match. Because I do expect I've never beat Super Mario Land as a kid, but on 3DS Virtual Console, I've gotten good enough at it that I could beat it fairly reliably. I've never beat Super Mario Land in a single sitting on an actual cartridge before. So that'll be a nice first to have on stream. Let go, and jump right into the giant Game Boy. Now, this may be some people's first time even seeing this, because somehow it just goes under the radar. Even back in 2007 when I discovered this game, it's like, a Nintendo and video game historian. I had a Game Boy in the early 90s. How did I not know that there was a direct sequel to Balloon Fight on Game Boy that was a full-fledged platformer? Yeah, so it will be an option. In a couple of weeks, I'm sure someone's going to mysteriously drop a perfectly fully functional firmware, because there are theories that, that Analogue themselves, are using a pseudonym to release this, jailbroken firmware. But for me personally, like, Game Boy is a console, especially since the game cartridges themselves are so small, I'm very interested in playing. Now look at those scary, mean-looking wolves in the background. The trees look angry. Getting a bit of an intimidating feel to this forest. Uh-oh. What is going on? Oh yeah, this is the boss fight. Uh-oh, it's a wolf. Oh, and we have... He doesn't even look like he's getting hurt. He's just kind of like... Beep, 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 beep. Okay. Alright. Something about this music is like... I don't know, I'm feeling it. I can't even, like, replicate that laugh. But we get there, the boss is sitting there. Now, I don't exactly... The boss was bound to the earth. He can't jump or anything. So I really do have to wonder... what within the world of Balloon Kid was preventing Alice from just going past the wolf and going to the door? Will we beat Stage 3? I doubt it, but let's see how far we can get. And we'll jump on to the next game. Alright. Stage 3. Oh yeah, that's another thing I keep forgetting. I'm not used to this, especially after Mr. Goemon yesterday. But when you start the game, it waits for you to... Oh yeah, look at this. There's this little... I mean, it's a little questionable, the depiction of a, I guess, a island girl there. But, I didn't mean any harm by it. That doesn't mean it's not questionable, but it's nothing I'm upset over. And here we have the little bird-masked men from Balloon Fight with the little blimps that actually say fight on them. So, alright. So we'll use the, oh, no. I lost my... No. Come on. Land! No, I didn't have time to reinflate the balloon. With one balloon... your handling is significantly worse. You have to jam the A button even harder to move around. I mean, these crabs, I mean, they're just generic crabs. Oh, yeah, Yoshi. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, that's the one. This is the very copy. I don't know if this is the copy I had or the copy my mom would play, because we had two copies so we could play two-player. You know, but, yeah, one of these two copies was the one... I mean, my mom surely played both of them. And, I guess in the actual copy of Tetris, this is the... back in the day. Okay. Alright. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that's right. I did get past this stage before, because there's a whale after this. And I never got past the whale stage. I think that's as far as I got. I mean... well, we're not gonna think of the logistics of that. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely... No, I'm gonna... Yep, that's it. Okay, that's nice of them. I think that's the first L we've taken so far. Well, you know, I did steal my mom's game, but I'm glad, because I think, yeah, she hung on to the copy of Tetris and Yoshi and that original That's just weird. I just have a bumper for 500 points. Alright. Alright. I guess I've got to go there, because I have the furry tag in my stream. So there you go. There's your reward for the stream, all you furries out there. Okay? Doesn't do anything for me. But, you know what? Whenever I think about getting eaten by a whale, I think about when I was a little kid. Excuse me, I'm talking about Pinocchio. I'm really opening Pandora's box here, given some of the tags on my stream. But, the scene where they get swallowed by the whale and they, like, catch a bunch of fish in a net or something like that. And I would make my mom stop the movie and make me a tuna fish sandwich. Like, I was not into the Disney classics when I was a kid. Like, I had to grow up into being able to appreciate Snow White or Sleeping Beauty, or even the newer movies like Aladdin. I had to grow up into those a bit. I mean, well, not really. Well, Aladdin, I was old enough. I just didn't like sitting around that long. I just like being able to watch stuff on tape, so that that way I could just do what I wanted. I could play with my Brio trains or whatever else I wanted to do. Oh, while I was oh man, I forget. Okay, this whale needs like a doctor. It has like ribs sticking out, jagged ribs sticking out into their body cavity. What kind of word is cavity? That are just falling down like loose icicles. I don't think I ever beat this stage, and I don't think it's because it was hard. I think I was playing this on the go a lot, and by the time I got this far, if I was in like a waiting room, by the time I got this far, it was time to move on, and this game doesn't have a save feature. This is real old school Game Boy, beat it in one sitting type thing. And let's see if we can grab all the balloons, and no, I'm not even gonna try. No, we're done. Nah, F that. That's not gonna happen. Oh, it can still happen. Could the dream come true? Could the dream come true still? Am I gonna get? Am I gonna get? We're playing this bonus round to the end, and then we'll move on to the next game. Hey, we got this under control at this point. I didn't think I'd be able to catch up. Come on, heart. Yeah, we got the heart. Alright. Why are they lit torches inside a whale's body? Okay. So, gonna move on to the next game. What is the next game? I'm gonna just pull this off the dock. I mean, this looks so... I can't get over how good this device looks with the Game Boy... like, for years, whenever I would daydream about getting a Game Boy Light, it was specifically because I knew how cool the Game Boy Light has to look in the dark with that green digital watch style, like, light, front lighting on it. So we're gonna take out Balloon Kid. Say goodbye to Balloon Kid. I'm gonna do a Game Boy platform today. We're gonna have, and there are other features on here that I never thought, features I dreamed of when they announced this device, like for dual mode Game Boy games that play natively on Game Boy but are in full color when played on Game Boy Color. Games like Link's Awakening DX, Pokemon Gold and Silver. Those games, actually, you have the option to boot them in Game Boy, in regular Game Boy mode. And then for stuff like for games like Oracle of Ages and Seasons or Link's Awakening, for Oracle of Ages and Seasons, Legend of Zelda, and for Shantae for Game Boy Color, those games, when played on Game Boy Advance, have special features, and those, you have the option to boot Game Boy Color games into Game Boy Advance mode. Oh, that was the first time you saw that, Azurest. Okay, cool. Now, here is Space Invaders. Now, this game came from my aunt, the same aunt who gave me the Game Boy in the first place. But this game I got this game like a couple of years after all the other ones, and my mom went to visit her and came back with this for me. And this game, and this was like, this is still in the 90s, but I was very interested already in gaming history, which is kind of funny because when you think of like the classic age of arcades, you're talking only like 10 or 11 or 12 years earlier. But it was before Virtual Console, before you could look on eBay for games. So playing Game Boy ports of claims like Pac-Man or Space Invaders were the only access I had to some of these classics I was reading about in some of the earliest books that talked about game history. Now, this Space Invaders is enhanced for Super Game Boy, the Super Nintendo accessory that let you play Game Boy games on the Super Nintendo home console. Now, the amazing thing about this version of Space Invaders is that when you play this in a Super Game Boy, the 16-bit Super Nintendo home console, you can actually play a 16-bit Super Nintendo version of Space Invaders that is tucked into this little 8-bit Game Boy cartridge. It only runs on the Super Game Boy, only on Super Game Boy. Now, those features are not accessible with the Analog Pocket because the ROM file of the Super Game Boy that allows for those features is copyright of Nintendo. Therefore, if you were to get a Super Nintendo, like an analog, whatever their analog Super Nintendo compatible system is, and a Game Boy player, this would, the 16-bit version, to think that there's a Super Nintendo game tucked into this cartridge is so wild. But we're going to plug that in. So this was the first version of Space Invaders I ever played, and I was really excited because this is before you could look up videos of what these games were like. I'd read about these games. You couldn't see screenshots, you couldn't see videos. So playing these Game Boy versions were the first chance I had. No, actually, no, excuse me. To use the dock properly, you have to boot the game up first. No, I have to hold. No, I'm pressing the volume button trying to turn the game on. There we go. And Space Invaders was actually the only game to have a 16-bit Super Nintendo game hidden within the game. Because some games are enhanced for Super Game Boy, where they'll have a special frame around it, or some limited color options. Pokemon, for instance, the original Pokemon games were enhanced for Super Game Boy. And when you boot the system up, it just pops straight to the game. The Super Nintendo, the Nintendo startup screen where it scrolls gradually down and says beep beep and Nintendo, that is not present on here. Unfortunately, with this version of the operating system, hopefully future versions do allow this option. I can't simulate the Game Boy green screen mode really with this, but I just want to, yeah, okay. So, why am I getting all these alerts all of a sudden? Alright. Yeah, we're gonna just get rid of all of that and move right on over to Space Invaders, which we will play for another 20 minutes. We're coming up on the back half of the stream. I'm not going to play my whole library tonight. I just wanted to choose 8 games that either... I just really wanted to represent the Game Boy black and white library, especially some earlier games. Like, we played Tennis for Game Boy, just Nintendo published plain old Tennis, which very nearly put me to sleep. Like, you could, if you look back on the VOD, you could actually see moments where I nearly physically fell asleep on stream, which would have been something. Okay. So. And as always, if, I think I can turn this volume, I'm going to turn the volume up a tad, just a little bit, just a single point. Okay. Because, gonna just AB start select. Okay, we're just gonna restart. Just hop right into it. Okay. Now, this is the first time I've played Space Invaders in years. The last time I really played this was... I played it in Dave & Buster's sometime because... Like, I don't like Space Invaders that much, but Dave & Buster's selection of retro well, not retro games, vintage games. Not actual, like, period cabinets, but just re-release stuff. It's like you have a Space Invaders cabinet, a Miss Galaga and Pac-Man, and this machine Nintendo put out that has Mario Brothers, Donkey... where the jumping physics in the original version of Mario Brothers are awful to me, because the jumps aren't like Super Mario Brothers where you can dynamically alter your jump. The jumps are pre-baked in, so you just press the button, and that same jump happens no matter what. Yeah, of course and I was never that good at this game, so I did play Space Invaders. Actually, the last time I played Space Invaders was at a barcade that I discovered in my old home region, and like, the barcade was such a weirdly... I just stumbled across it and went in and played. And I went back one other time. And it was just such a weirdly disappointing experience, because it's like, oh, wow, like an arcade. This is going to be so much fun. And no, it's just a bar with some arcade cabinets thrown in it as kind of a gimmick. And I didn't have anyone to go with, but the vibe I got was almost like... You were a weirdo for going because you were actually interested in the games. I felt like there was some kind of joke that I wasn't in on, where it's like, yeah, it's a bar and there's some arcade games, but you aren't supposed to actually care and be excited about the games. I'm not trying to sound like an elitist or an exclusionist, because I really can't stand stuff like this, but it really just seemed like people that weren't into games. And I got at least one interesting reaction from a couple of people that were there. So, whatever. Yeah, I don't know if you have to be drunk, but, like I say, I'm my DARE officer and my Sunday school teachers. If they see how I act, they'd think of me as probably their ideal, pupil. You know, as a little kid who filled out their entire DARE coloring book as a kid. But, so, not that stuff actually influenced how I act and choose what I do and don't choose to partake in. It's just like as far as, like, I don't drink, I don't smoke or anything, so it's like, if you're like a hardcore, or like, I don't know, what would you even say, like what, reservist? Well, that's the thing. A lot of the games you needed two hands to play. The only game that that's another problem. They need a lot of games where you could play with one hand. Games like Pac-Man. That's a perfect game. You can hold the drink in one hand, hold the joystick in the other hand. That's another thing that made the Wii so great, is that you could hold, I mean, it was a soft drink in my case, but you could hold a can or a red party cup in one hand, and you could, you know, play bowling with the other, as long as you didn't get too wild about it. So, as you can see, I'm not especially great at Pac-Man. I remember it being a big deal if I could even get past the second level as a kid. I mean, and for the limited hardware, this is actually a incredibly effective soundtrack. Just the tension gradually building. Now, I've heard arguments that Space Invaders was like the first computer-powered game that had what could be considered characters in it, where they're moving objects on the screen that are representing other living beings that are trying to fulfill an objective, as opposed to just a crude, like a representation of a paddle and a pin or something like that, or a representation of a car. Because, I mean, we think of these as ships, but it's interesting. On the surface, it can sound ridiculous, because sometimes it's worded as like, oh, Space Invaders was the first role-playing game, and that is, when they word it that way, it sounds like patently ridiculous. But, you know, this game, you need to be able to fire two shots. You can only fire one shot at a time. If you could fire two shots, this game would be reasonable. okay. You can't get the last one. Like, what the... And, you know, when I grew up, like, the first computer we had in our home was a... Alright, it was a Macintosh SE, and we had Typing Tutor 5, and that's actually how I learned to type, was on Typing Tutor 5. The first computer I used was an Apple II, but the first one we had in our home was a Macintosh SE, a little black and white, early generation Mac. And there's a game, like an edutainment mode in Typing Tutor 5 called, what was it called? It's called Letter Invaders. And it's actually, it's kind of, it's themed, and the title Letter Invaders, it's themed around Space Invaders. But when you actually see how the game works, it works actually a bit more like Missile Command, where you're protecting land on the bottom of the screen. And someday, I don't know if Typing Tutor 5 exists on one of those preservation sites with like old like abandonware Mac stuff, because I have used early Macintosh emulators in the past. I have, and at some point, I would like to emulate my Macintosh SE and pull up Typing Tutor 5 and just play some Letter Invaders and do some testing my typing skills. Now, if I can find if I can get an old Mac keyboard and get some kind of adapter that adapts that cord to USB, now that would be boss. But I don't think I'll go that far just for a Macintosh SE, a Mac SE typing get thing. It was basically like Mavis Beacon teaches typing before Mavis Beacon was a thing. Okay. I almost completely by accident actually got the UFO. But no, this game is just so, it's fun, but it's like, it's just so joyless, I guess you could say. I mean, it's a good game. I wish you could fire 2 shots. I think that would balance it better. But it's just so joyless. You just have this ominous 4 tones repeating. And, like, the game always ends with your destruction. I'm sure I haven't played any of the updates or variations on Space Invaders. Some of them look pretty funky, like they'd be a lot more fun. Like, for me, if this was Galaxian, not Galaga. Some people can only get into, like, Galaga. But if you go back to Galaxian, I could get into some Galaxian, right? Galaxian is, I think, where they took this and really started to refine and improve it. You have the backdrop making it feel a lot more like you're actually traveling through space in combat with alien ships, as opposed to here where I think you're actually supposed to be on the surface of a planet in this scenario. But so, like, all kinds of different terminology for the different objects in this game. I've heard these little 4 things on the bottom. I've heard them called fortresses. I've heard them be called barricades. I've heard them called bases. Then some people call the thing you play as. Some people call it the laser cannon or just the cannon. Some people call it the tank, the ship, the laser base, the man. Like, it's so interesting, all the different terms. Something so, Now, I wonder how far back you'd be able to go and show, like, if Super Mario Brothers, if you showed this to someone who lived in, like in 1910, who's knows nothing about videos or computers or anything, if you showed them Super Mario Brothers, they could understand that this is a representation of a man running through an environment filled with hostile creatures. How far back could you show someone this and have them recognize this as a fight between opposing forces? Like, I think you'd have to go back. I wonder, like, World War I. By that point, I guess you could someone could see this. If you're familiar with, air combat and, the war. Oh yes, all your base are belong to us. That wasn't from this game, but that was from Zero Wing. But there was a famous episode of Futurama where Fry, the main character, is piloting a ship on the ground against a fleet of approaching enemy ships. And it's represented exactly like Space Invaders. And I think he even makes a comment like, oh, I'm shooting through my own barricade so I can get a good shot while staying covered. But the last ship is going too fast, and he can't shoot it in time, and it lands. And the aliens disembark from the ship, and I think one of them actually says, all your base are belong to us. I'm sure that a clip is on YouTube somewhere. But yeah, I remember that episode. I don't think I've seen more than a dozen Futurama episodes in total. I do remember seeing the first episode of Futurama when it came out, and over the years just being shocked that the show still existed and was still being made. Yeah, I was just like, honestly, like, Futurama just seems like one of those things that you would just, show up and then just kind of go away, and would get a cult following, but it actually kept on going and had momentum. And I think they were, what are they, did it go on for 10 seasons or more seasons or something like that? I know, it ended within, the last, I think 7 or 8 years or something relatively recent like that. And I don't know if they did a revival after the fact. If they didn't do a revival, I'm sure they're gonna will one into existence soon enough. Okay. Okay, no, I didn't even... I got blown up. You get high score! I good player. You get high score. I good player. Okay. And just take a swig of water. As that is more stressful than it should be. Alright, and jump right into the next. I always loved when I noticed that the little ship comes and takes the Y away and replaces it. Right side up. It's a cute little detail. And that's no, that right there, that is the only bit of levity in this entire game. Alright. Oh, no. Yeah, it's easy to take out the first couple of columns. Now, I don't know if this is exactly accurate to... I mean, it's not exact. I'm sure the dimensions of the monitor of the Space Invaders cabinet are a bit different. But this is one of the, Yeah, actually, this is the version of Space Invaders. Yeah, I played the original Space Invaders a couple of times in arcades. I think the Dave & Buster's, it was definitely a modern reproduction cabinet. And then on, and the Barcade. And the Barcade, it may have been an original machine. I doubt it. Because, at the Barcade, you could tell, the bar owner didn't care much about the games. That Barcade, they had an original Tron machine. And that was I never knew Tron was, a multi-game where you could play multiple games on it. They were all themed around different aspects of Tron. So there's, the light cycle game. There are the games where you're throwing the light discs at each other. Oh, my goodness. So So there was an original Tron cabinet. Wow, that's amazing. But then there was other machines that were clearly vintage cabinets that had been turned into MAME cabinets. And then there were just some modern cabinets. Now okay. And so it was a mix of all kinds of stuff. It was a little funny. But yeah, I ended up buying a handful of tokens. And I never went back to the place, and they actually ended up closing down during the COVID lockdowns, unfortunately. So I have a bunch of tokens, and frankly, the tokens were more interesting to me, because I like little things like that. And a lot of the tokens, I guess they're just generic tokens that you could order and use for anything. Because some of the tokens said, like, vacuum token on them. So I guess there are tokens where if you had a coin-operated vacuum cleaner for your, like, at a car wash or something, you could, like, you'd buy, like, tokens to put, instead of dumping quarters in the machine, which I guess could make it so you don't have to empty the coin box in the machine as much. Let's say if you use $1, if it costs $1 to use the car vacuum, the coin-operated vacuum, you put in 4 quarters for one use. Whereas if you just charge $1 for a token, then they only put 1 token in the machine. So the machine, you just don't have to maintenance as much because you don't have to dump, instead of dumping out instead of putting in 4 coins, you only have to put in 1. Therefore, you're getting the same amount of business, but with less labor, I suppose. I don't think I scored the flying saucer even once. No, I let that happen. That was a little clumsy. All right. All right. Now, it's not like Galaxian rules where... in Galaxian, I think if you shoot in between the ranks... No, excuse me, in between the files, because the files are the vertical and the ranks are horizontal. If you shoot between the files of enemy ships in Galaxian, the ships all pause. So you can't get, like, a cheap shot that way. If you filled up, they would give you a token or car wash at some gas stations. Oh, okay. All right. No, this is clearly before. I mean, if it was within my time, I would have had to have been a very, very small child, and I would probably be more interested in. Like, I know some little kids are, like, really scared of the car wash. Like, those the car wash where your whole car goes through and the brushes come down and spray. I thought those were awesome. Like, the very first time I might have got scared and cried or something because it was loud. But after that, I thought it was actually really cool going through that. Alright. Alright. Oh no, this isn't gonna work. Game over. Alright. Okay, how many points can we score in 19 seconds? I did not realize I had such little time left. Yeah, so this isn't the most fun I've had today, but I have had a lot more fun than with tennis, that's for sure. Because that game was not very exciting, nearly put me to sleep on stream. But, okay. But it is also true that I've been up since 3 o'clock this morning, so that could have something to do with it. But no, but nothing, even so, nothing put me to... Nothing bored me like Tetris did. So, for maybe the last time tonight, we are going to... Hold on. Okay... We are going to change out the game. So, I just want to lift the machine from the dock, show it off a second to last time. I'll show it off again before the end of the stream. Yeah. And there's the cartridge. We're just gonna... I don't think you could... see, I keep using Tetris and tennis interchangeably in this stream, and it's been very odd. So that right there was the first time electricity has run through this copy of Space Invaders, possibly since the late 90s or early 2000s? Yeah, sounds about right. It's probably about 99 or so. So, just to go through our gameography tonight, in order, we played... Where's... I don't know what I did with Alleyway. I have no idea where I put it. I lost Alleyway. It's got to be around here somewhere, but played Alleyway. Oh, here are the cartridges. Whatever. Get some ASMR cartridge clinking sounds. Oh, here it is. Here's the manual for the controller was on top of Alleyway, which I know is inverted. So, okay. This game I've cleaned. I have not... Yeah, I cleaned it, but I have not actually played it or tested it. So this may or may not work. We'll see. But we're playing Kicks, which is a game I've known about since the 90s. I've played a couple of versions of Kicks. I never played the Game Boy version. And I first heard of this game in Electronic Gaming Monthly in the late 90s. They did a magazine. They did a special, like the 100 greatest games of all time. And I think high up on the list was Kicks. I believe the top two were like Super Metroid and Tetris, or Tetris and Super Metroid were number 2 and 1. And so we'll boot up the console, or I guess the unit. I guess because the console implies like a stationary piece of hardware, I suppose. But okay, so there's it boots up. If you have not seen how this like when you start the game, it booted up. Licensed exclusively to Nintendo by Taito. Taito actually made Space Invaders as well. In fact, I think in Dave & Buster's, the cabinet I played was Space Invaders and Kicks was a lot more fun. I think that was the first time I actually played Kicks. So yeah, there you go. So we'll just drop this in the dock and play our final game of the night. So we're gonna go from next game in. Oh man, this must have been a cool game to play on the Atari 5200. I used to have an Atari 5200. I got rid of it not long before I moved from New York. It was cool, but I barely played it, and I didn't have a lot of games. It's like, I'm not gonna miss this if I get rid of it. So, I had a good version of Pac-Man though, and my controllers weren't in so bad shape. Let's see. How about what am I looking for? I'm looking for something. I don't know what I'm looking for. All right. I'll just jump right in. So this is being played. Unfortunately, the screen of the Analog Pocket doesn't really show anything while you're... I'm very sure that future version of the operating system will have more features, including the option to mirror what's happening on the game while you're on the console while you're playing. So Kicks. This game is... Okay, here we go. Now, for the controller, I'm using the 8-bit DOE SM30 Pro. I was using it wirelessly yesterday with Nintendo Switch. I was using for about half the stream wirelessly with the analog dock for the Pocket, but I started having weird controller problems, so I just used the wired USB-C connection. So 1990s. This is very early in the lifespan. So I'm moving this spark that's on the edge of the screen. So I'm approaching and now this white diamond. Now there's sparks on the border here, and there's what appears to be a... Hey, Mecha Kong. I gotta show this off real quick. I don't know if you got to see earlier. I don't know how long you've been loitering before chatting. So here's the system. You can simulate how the look of the Game Boy light with like the sort of 90s digital watch front light. You could also pull this up because this is the last game of the night, so I might as well show this off a little bit again. But resume game, no settings, GB, video. We're gonna do display mode. Yeah. So you could also make it look like an original Game Boy. So, yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad you were able to get the pre-order. It sounds like there are a lot more to go around on the second pre-order than the first one. Unfortunately, all those options are not available yet. So I'm moving this little diamond around, and I venture out into the field. And while I'm out there, I'm vulnerable. If that thing that looks like a Windows screensaver from the mid-90s touches the incomplete line, that will count as a loss of a life. Now, I have 42%, now 50%, and so I'm trying to achieve the 75% coverage of the playfield. The dock is working well. I don't know if it's the controller or the dock, but at one point I started having trouble with the 8-bit Do gamepad, and that's when I used the USB connection. I was using the same controller to play Mr. Goemon yesterday, and I had a perfectly fine time for that 4 hours of gameplay. And for half this stream, see, I died there because the kicks touched the spike before I had a completed line. Now they are those sparks moving around. Those will also harm me if those touch. So basically, they found a way to turn a Windows screensaver 72, 74, only 1% more, 75. We made it. Oh yeah, this music must have sounded really funky coming out of an Atari 5200. That must have been a cool version to play. And this is one of those games, along with Tetris, along with maybe even tennis, one of those games you could definitely imagine one of those early 90s commuters, those early 90s adult commuters that made up actually a much bigger section of the Game Boy audience than would make up Nintendo handheld player base really up until the mid-2000s with the emergence of the DS. 60, 63. Oh, I'm gonna be wild. I'm gonna take this big risk here. 77. We made it. Mecha Kong. I'm a bit of a spoiler here, since you happen to be in stream. I have Animorphs for Game Boy Color. I've never played it. I've seen speedruns of it years ago on GDQ appearances, so I don't have the game memorized or anything, and I've never played it myself, so I'd be pretty fresh on it. But I came to discover that Animorphs is on Amazon Prime Video and is available for watch parties in the United States. I don't know if it may be available for watch parties in your territory. And it's crazy because it's like, alright, I'm a kid, I love like shape-shifting and transformation stuff in fiction, and I love Animorphs already, and I love Pokemon. So an Animorphs game that's a ripoff of Pokemon, that should have been right up my alley. Instead, I just saw, like, Animorphs video game, there are a few of them, I'm like, there's no way these can be good. But yes, I do intend to have some streams where I do Amazon watch parties of the Animorphs Nickelodeon show and play the Animorphs Game Boy Color game. Not one, but two bad adaptations of the same mid-90s kids book franchise on the same night. Now, I might do 2 in 1 or something or I might like play Tetris or something in the corner so that anyone who's watching who can't access the show in their region or doesn't have Amazon Prime Video could still have something to look at and talk to me while they talk to me. So it's not just me staring at the camera while nothing happens because I can't see the video. You know, I forgot. Let's set the timer for 10 minutes. Yeah, I'll play for 10 minutes. Oh no, not next time to the next game. We're going to Yeah, we're gonna end in 10 minutes and move on, because, I mean, this is the first time in a while I've streamed 2 days in a row. This is going to be, now I do have some plans. No, no, there we go. And also, I never actually used the pocket command to actually and briefly explain to what this is, because no one's asked what this actually is. If in case anyone actually asked what it is, but everyone here has at least heard of it before, so I didn't have to use the command. But I made it, and now it's useful, so in the future I can just press the button if anyone asks. So do I want to... Man, that's a... yeah, I bought the Game Gear adapter. I should have the first time around. Now, I'm glad you were able to get the pre-order. Yeah, I bought the Game Gear adapter, but so I might get... And I know I got it like minutes... I got my order in minutes after it went live, so I might be able to get the Game Gear adapter first quarter. For me personally, I just realized, like, wait, I actually would be able to play Game Gear games portably again. Why did I pass that up the first time? But like I said, if I had taken that extra second to click to get a Game Gear adapter the first time, then I might not have been able to get it in time to actually have my order process. Because I had the thing happen with the first Analog Pocket pre-order thing, where it was just sitting on the shipping calculation and taking forever. I think a lot of people could have gotten in that didn't, but they refreshed the page, which made it start all over again. I just sat there letting it, like, pinwheel, and it looked like nothing was happening. And I'm like, either it's going to work or it's not, and I'll just let it sit here. And eventually it went through for me. So, 34%, we're aiming for 75%. So, like, when you do these... Oh, no. I think I'm doomed. Okay, yeah, I never, I didn't know that was possible. I went ahead and backed myself into a corner. Yeah, so tomorrow I'm gonna be testing. Today was all OG Game Boy stuff. Oh, did I tell you, Mechacom, there's some features features that when they announced this thing that I literally dreamed of, that I never thought they'd actually put in. Stuff like, you could, like, for dual mode Game Boy Color games, you actually have the option to force it to boot up into Game Boy mode instead of Game Boy Color mode. So you could play Pokemon Gold or Silver in black and white if you wanted to. I didn't play in black and white back in the day, but my friend only had Game Boy Pocket. He never had Game Boy Color. So he thought of Pokemon Black and White as a black and white game. I mean, Pokemon Gold and Silver as a black and white game. I mean, that's such a weird esoteric thing, right? Who would want to play Link's Awakening DX in black and white? But you have the option to do so. And for those few games, like, I believe Shantae and the Zelda Oracle of Ages and Seasons, that gave you special benefits when you played on Game Boy Advance, you have the option to make Game Boy Color games boot into GBA mode. Now, you may have noticed how the game, when I started the game, it boots straight up into the game. It doesn't have the Nintendo boot up screen, because that would be trademark infringement, because that's like part of the actual ROM of the Game Boy system. But what's amusing to me is, like, I'm sure there are a few people that have been, like, really snooty about this. Like, oh, this is so much, you know, you're not a real gamer if you use, like, ROMs or PC emulation. But I've seen far more people get snooty in the opposite way, where they're like, oh, like, this is so stupid. I could just download the ROMs and play it on my Android. Like, it's like, this obviously is not for you. That's like complaining that the Queen Mary 2 exists to go from New York to England when you could just get, like, an economy class like airline ticket. And like, yes, you're doing the same thing, but it's the experience and your enthusiasm for the process of it that makes it worth the extra money. And if you just want to get to England as cheaply as possible... Oh yeah, the Pocket has a micro SD card slot. It would be a real shame if someone somehow only a week or two from now released a perfect jailbroken copy of the Analogue operating system that happens to include compatibility for SD card slot ROM reading. But it's really weird how that just happens to happen every time that an Analogue system comes out. Like, even... You know, it's just weird how that just happens to come about. And just and yes, like, I have a cheapo, like, read ROMs off an SD card, like, Chinese manufactured, like, well, I mean, the Analogue Pocket's Chinese manufactured, but you know what I mean, like, those, the cheap budget software emulator SD card reading, like, handhelds. I have that. It's the new Pocket Go. It does what it does fine, but for what I want to do, I want to hire something that only this specialty device could offer, and it does it perfectly fine. Yeah, for me personally, I think I'm only gonna resort to options like that for extremely rare or expensive games. Like, if Trip World, if that game is still I'm not gonna pay hundreds of dollars for a copy of Trip World. But, like, Revenge of the Gator, I'm sure that game's not expensive. I'm sure I could get that game cheap. Like, most of the games I care about are cheap games. I don't care about complete in box. Now, I do happen to have complete in box copy of Pokemon Trading Card Game for Game Boy Color, which I never owned physically before. I owned the Virtual Console version for 3DS, but I never actually owned the game back in the day. It was actually, ironically, the Japanese version of Pokemon Trading Card Game for Game Boy Color was one of the first games I ever emulated on computer on my Vision A iMac. But it was Japanese, so I could not play into it at all. I couldn't get past the first tutorial battle. Yeah, so that was the only, like, copyrighted ROM I had, because it came, but I forgot even how I had it, because what I was playing on that emulator was actually mostly, like, public domain homebrew stuff, because you didn't have to, like, dig into creepy parts of the internet to try to find copyrighted ROMs. It's just like, oh yeah, I'm a programming student, here's this weird Game Boy demo I made, and it's like with the you know, janky side-scrolling shooter, a janky Lemmings clone, and stuff like that. And I'm gonna tell you, Mechakong, I have jailbroken my Analogue Mega SG. I did it out of desperation because I planned to play a virtual console version of Fantasy Zone for Game Boy, for Master System. At the last second, I found out my HD to HDMI adapter didn't work with the Wii. So I was like, hours before the stream, I had to find a solution. So I jailbroke my Mega SG. Honestly, the system and the operating system and how it works, it's not like I had to do some creepy thing where I have to hack into it and like, oh, I don't know if the system's gonna work anymore. Or, no, it is literally the exact same system with the same operating system, except for there's just an option to read ROMs off the SD card. Which, I mean, people really do think that the jailbroken firmwares that are available for these analog systems are just made by the developers with like a paper bag over their head, pretty much. Like, oh, it's not me. I take no responsibility for this. I don't know where I found this. This jailbroken operating system just sort of fell off out of the sky and into my lap onto this SD card. So it's not like it's not like doing homebrew, like modifying, hacking stuff on like a 3DS or something like that. Like and as someone who's extremely not technically inclined, like honestly, the stuff I do to make this stream work is really pushing the limits of my technical capabilities, right? Even for that, like on like abruptly not planning to as an emergency measure because I already planned my stream around these particular games, putting the jailbroken firmware on the Mega SG. Oh, come on, we gotta finish this stage, right? We gotta finish this last stage. 70... 75. Hey, we got it. We got it. And that is the Analog Pocket and the Game Boy games we've played on it today. In order of appearance, and this is randomized order of appearance, actually. I did shuffle these games. We played today. We played Alleyway. We played Super Mario Land 2, 6 Golden Coins. This is not my copy from back in the 90s. We played... What did we play next? Then we played Yoshi. This is my copy from the 90s, or maybe it's more my mom's copy. Thanks for letting me borrow it, Mom. Then we played... What did we play next? Then we played Tennis, the launch Nintendo-published tennis game. Better graphics than the NES game, but not as fun as I remember. Better sound than the NES game, but just not as charming. I nearly fell asleep as I was playing it. I nearly fell asleep on stream playing tennis. And then then when I took my break, in the back half, we played Tetris, my copy my mom actually played back in the day. And I used to play back and forth on the gray brick Game Boy. Then what did we play next? Then we played Balloon Kid, which I did not even know existed until like 2006 or 7, when I was getting back into a little Game Boy collecting when I picked up some of these games. Played Space Invaders, also from my aunt, a used game. She got, Lost and Found raffle from working at the airline. So we played that. That was fun. But then we played Kicks, which is a game I heard about since the late 90s, never actually went back and played. So I just want to bang this out. So tomorrow, you'll see, so you see what's going on there, tomorrow. I'll be putting the Analog Pocket through some more, stress trials. I'll be playing Game Boy Color games, which will be interesting from my perspective because the only Game Boy, like when I wanted Game Boy Color, I got Game Boy Color when it came out. Thanks, Mom and Dad. But no, yeah, it was my birthday, not too long after the Game Boy Color came out, so it was in its launch window, kind of. But for Game Boy Color for me was a smaller, sleeker, better battery life Game Boy with a much better screen. I never actually... The only Game Boy Color native games I owned at the time were Pokemon Gold. So, I have some actual Game Boy Color games in my library now. I've never really played them before. So, we'll be trying those out tomorrow at 5 Eastern Standard Time. 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Excuse me, why does it say... I forgot to change the date. It says Thursday the 16th. It should be Friday the 17th. So, you're just gonna have to live with that, because, it's too late to change it now. Because if I change it now, it'll only be for the sake of several seconds. So, it is not the 16th, 5 o'clock, which would mean the stream's happening already. It is tomorrow, Friday, at 6 o'clock. So, starting later in the day, I think for the first time in a year or more, on 3 consecutive days, but the release of the Analog Pocket's a special occasion, and I want to get these stress tests out the way, and get back. So that'll be tomorrow, and then the day after that, on Saturday, I'll be playing Game Boy Advance on stream with the Analog Pocket. So, I wonder what should I do next? How about I send you all over to Gunstar Heroes? Is he playing Game Gear? Oh, of course he's playing Game Gear. Perfect. That's just what I hoped for. He's playing Clax, which is also available on the link on the links, which the Analog Pocket is compatible with. So thanks everyone who came in, and I'll see you tomorrow for those who can make it. And thank you very much for watching.